Howdy, welcome to the stream. We're about to get things kicked off in a second. I've been diving back in to Boxbox and just checking everything's working. It is wonderful. Let's pull it up on stream then. So, I'm playing in Boxbox. We're on the first day prior to eliminations, which means that things will be getting pretty feisty pretty quickly. Let me just bring get the music volume down a little bit. Yeah, maybe that's a little too much. But yeah, we'll be getting things kicked off today in just a second. Just to do a little overview of where we are. So there are about 60 people playing in the Boxbox, and with a little bit of off-stream playing, which maybe a little bit too much off-stream playing, honestly. Then we are, where are we? We're in number 13 right now, gold 2. Where I'd like to be by the end of streaming today, which will be around, I'm just going to shoot for about 4 hours or so. I'd like to be able to get up into Platinum, since that apparently seems to be where to be if you want to be doing alright in this. So, I've just been promoted to Gold 2, so I think things are going okay. Okay. Yeah, even got a Hextech chest. Wonderful. So because I was low diamond before, I'm getting a decent amount of LP from each win, so it's really on me not to mess this up more than anything else. Alright, let me just make sure everything's working. And then we'll get things started. Ew. But yeah, so far I found that things have generally gone particularly badly for me if I end up contesting with somebody else. A lot of the time it's been, I think I've been over-investing in LeBlanc as a general type. So we'll see if I can do better by just staying out of there. I did have a game recently where I went into Rogues. Though they ended up being contested. I'm thinking that, okay, so in this one we've got Fresh and we've got Varus. Okay, so with Varus in play as well, you're definitely looking for chances to be able to jump on things as quickly as possible. Especially with the reroll style. Okay. Alright, cool. I have got, and I'll just see if I can bring this onto stream. Let's see. I think that's the game itself. Never mind. Right. Ooh, hello, we've got some... Oh, so this one's really interesting, the mountain. I haven't had a chance to mess around with this yet. What have we got in terms of Psionic? Oh, this is the game to get drone uplink, huh? Oh boy. Okay, so it could go into Psionic pretty early, but if we get decent enough Stargazer, then I would be very interested in trying to push through to there. Yeah, so this Stargazer is really interesting. So every 5 combats gain a Stargazer emblem, which certainly does incentivize us to try and push forward and get that active as soon as is humanly possible. But it's crazy, getting like an emblem every single round. I think what you get, it sort of makes it into guilds where everyone gets more, the more stuff you have. So it's definitely not a reroll version. But yeah, I really like to try it out. I don't know if other people will be as keen to try out as I am. Okay, being patient study could work. That will certainly let us get up in levels. Don't want solo leveling. Let's see if we can get any of the Okay, so first of all, let's see if anyone else has gone into Stargazer. No. So Brawlers, probably Brawlers, LeBlanc, which I am entering into my sheet as we go. Arbiter something, probably LeBlanc again. And Stuty, who is going for Anima. Okay. So no one is going for Stargazer at all. Which is not too bad. Hey Pug, welcome back. Doing good. Because I was really sucking towards the end of the previous stream, I decided to do a few games off stream to try and recover myself, and I think I actually did manage to more or less end up where I would like to. In terms of, I'm definitely cleared some bad info from my mind. Like, I was going towards Teemo, I think, too much, even though Teemo really is more a subset of the LeBlanc board. Like, you can, if you get a load of Teemos, you can then use that as a way to go more into that line. But given how popular it is, I don't think that's actually sensible. I could play Psionic in this game, but I'm not going to do that. What I am going to do is throw in Timebreaker, because people in my suburb have been very good at, like, making sure I understand that's the thing I need to do. Because if I'm going to lost streak, I might as well be getting something extra out of it as well. So far so good. I'm really looking for the early Stargazer to get this kind of version ticking, because when I saw someone running this Stargazer before, it was crazy strong. Admittedly, that might have something to do with thinking about selling it up here actually. Yeah, let's do it. It might have had something to do with hitting this immediately. So I'll just pull up the Stargazer while I'm talking about it. This mountain version. But I'm hoping that it might be okay even if we don't get it straight away. I will use these rerolls to try and hit a little earlier though. Okay. I figure I can blow these rerolls without really feeling too bad about it. If I was to do this, the weird thing about this, sorry, about the Stargazer line, is that it's based very, very heavily around emblems. So I would need to try and find ways to hit two obs. Pug, playing towards Zaya since I saw the TF? Well, so I definitely wouldn't be playing reroll with this particular Stargazer, because this one relies on me playing a lot of Stargazers. So I've got my Patient Study to give me the extra XP, to hopefully try and push up levels. I did sell for Econ just then, which isn't ideal, but I'm planning on getting my ass kicked for a while. So I'm not anticipating a 2-star TF really changing that one with the other. Ooh, that would... The 3-cost shop would be pretty tempting, because that should let us get... I'm suddenly drawing a blank. We've got a chance of finding Lulu in there. Yeah, let's give it a crack. Oh, well, there we go. We definitely found Lulu. Heart. Well, I guess we found more Lulus than we could have reasonably expected to. Alright, good start. Bish bosh bash. Okay, so from this point forwards, now we've got Stargazer active. So basically every stage we get a Stargazer emblem. But we probably still want to try and fit in as many Stargazers as we can. And I'll keep the Timebreaker in as well. So yeah, if we are going towards Zaya, I don't play Zaya very much, so let's just check. So, attack speed. Okay, yeah, that's more or less what I'd expect. In the next round, I'm going to do a little bit of scouting to see if we can play a slightly stronger board while still losing for maximum XP. Oh, yes, Pug. I think I saw your message just after I'd done it. Yeah, keeping Timebreaker in is really nice. So, any amount of Stargazers we can fit in at this point is going to be a significant upgrade. Well, I think Jax is like the big one we're searching for. I could sell this guy to go to 30. That seems pretty okay. Let's see. So if I'm generally going for a Zaya board, I'm going for snipers, and then the... Yeah, because Nara's a sniper, putting in the meeple package as well, which should be Rammus, Poppy, I assume? No, maybe not. Rammus, Nunu, and Nar. Okay, so that's Bastion and Vanguard. There's going to be a lot of thinking in this particular version, or particular game, because I'm completely out of bounds as to what I'm trying to play. But, I mean, those games have gone quite well before. So given that we've got emblems like arriving every 5-player combat, logically it seems like it makes sense that we should try and play relatively aggressively, because, you know, these emblems are going to give us a significant source of power long term. We definitely can't afford to get knocked out early. Okay, bish bosh bash. I think our board is actually, like, not awful. So the only Stargazer we can reasonably find at this point is Jax, and that will give us a little bit of bonus attack damage and ability power. They're all quite small bonuses, which just suggests that it's not intended to be used as sort of a super focus, like one unit kind of thing. Let's go for Infinity Edge for the time being. Try and see if we can get a bow. No. Okay. Also no again. Let's see. Okay, so from next round I'm going to start pushing levels. It will make a huge difference if I can find a early 4-drop. Oh, apparently I'm going to win. Okay, I mean, at least with this particular XP augment, I'm not super upset if we win or lose. And we made it to 50 anyway, so it's not, again, a game changer one way or the other. And I was about to push levels anyway, so... at least we'll be able to cash out our second Timebreaker core, and that lets us get to an even number of XP, which is always nice. I'm not worried about a 2-star. Oh yeah, of course, because of the XP coming in. Never mind, it'll make a difference anyway. Spreading routes would be fun, but I'm going to end up with more emblems than I can deal with anyway. Climb the ladder would be pretty nice, given that this, again, is going to be a very team-centric comp. Yeah, let's give that a try. So... Oh boy, you're finding some pretty nice stuff here. There we are. Okay, so that means that we've got the extra attack, damage, and ability power across the squad. Is there a way we can use either of these guys? I mean... Yes. Riven comes in for Ezreal. Alright, nice. And if we can make them a Stargazer, the Stargazer bonus is a lot of, like, a lot of small amounts of stats, so I don't think I'm... It's sort of slightly useful on anybody, I suppose. Gosh. I don't know if some items were slammed there, but that definitely was not an accurate representation of the win chance. Alright, I'm feeling okay about this. So, let's get rid of LeBlanc. I can't perceive there being any way of using her. But yes, we're generally looking for snipers. I think snipers with the emblems will be pretty solid. It's a little... yeah, it kind of sucks to be throwing away the Ezreal with sniper. But I think for the time being, I will try and keep things this way. Do I want to burn some rerolls to try and get a Jax 2 in? I think if I find a second Jax, I will be more inclined to do so. Especially with Climb the Ladder, I think just generally having more stuff on the board is going to be worthwhile. But yeah, I think keeping Timebreaker in is really nice, especially given that we're going to be trying to push levels, and just picking up like effectively 1 gold per round is quite nice. And I think because we're getting to activate Replicator as well, I'm trying to remember who's replicating. It's not awful. Oh, Lulu. Okay, I mean that actually kind of works out right. Yeah, I can live with that. Still low HP, so hopefully we can find ourselves a bow. Not a bow. That could be really, really good. But it could also be a complete waste of time. I think I'm going to go for... we do need a lot of swords, though. Let's screw it. Let's try and high roll. Not quite what I was looking for, but another Jax is nice. What are these two doing? Actually, in retrospect, that wasn't very smart. I should have taken the other one. Oh well, here's my first Stargazer emblem, which is huge. That's extra armor and magic resist. Nice. In that case, let's do a little bit of rolling. And nice, get paid off immediately. Love it. Okay, doing a little bit of housework, but cool. So we can max out at 8, which means we can start dropping some stuff like Twisted Fate. But cool. I mean, things are going alright. Templar, how's the ladder been treating you? Not too bad. Like, I got a little caught up in playing some comps which just weren't any good for a while. But I've been putting a lot of work... while I haven't been able to get any coaching sorted out for this set, I've been coaching myself relatively well. And there's some folks on my competition Discord who've been giving me some really good advice, which has helped me a lot. For instance, put Timebreaker in or Primordial in all the time, because there's really very little downside to doing so. Oh, another Stargazer. Wonderful. So we're climbing the mountain, 12% attack speed. Very nice. So eventually we'll have a Jhin. So we'll get another Stargazer emblem as well. And that will put us up to 8. I'm not even sure that like this bonus is particularly big long term, but it's kind of fun. Because a 10% bonus for the other things just isn't very much. Like, instead of it being 12 armor and magic resist, it's like, what, 13? Or maybe 14? I don't know. But it's a bit of a throwback. Yeah, ladder-wise, things are going alright. We're in Gold 3, we're looking to hit Platinum by hopefully the end of today if things continue to go well, as they seem to be going in this game. In the last game, I won it randomly without really understanding why, but I think the game, or the set, is a bit like that at the moment, where you just sort of, stuff happens and you're like, did I win? Alright. I think possibly because some folks are really hard forcing certain compositions when maybe they shouldn't be, and that's letting lower power comps first place just because, you know, people aren't really playing as well as they maybe should be. Yeah, free econ XP, all that good stuff. I do think Climb Ladder's really good here. Like, it's another series of small bonuses. I think if we get a generally solid board... Oh, there we go, there's a Gnar. So eventually the Timebreaker stuff will stop being relevant, and we will put in the... I think what we'll probably be putting our emblems onto is going to be the Meeple stuff. So that's going to be... Oh. No. It's going to be Rammus. And who would the other one be? I guess Bard? Yeah, I don't know. But we're going to have more emblems than we can reasonably make use of anyway. Right. So let's start getting a little bit more slammed. I do want to, if I've got a belt here, and I do, I would very much like to have Even Shroud. I hope I didn't just miss a bow then, by being too hyper-focused on picking up the belt. If I did, I'll feel like a right proper silly. Okay, so should be able to roll down next round, hopefully pick up Zaya. And then I'll be about as strong as I'm going to be for a while. Yeah, hoping to pick up Rammus. Already got the Nunu. I think in this board, I don't know if I would play Rust necessarily. Okay. Crash test dummies could be kind of fun. Sunfire board, I've already got. Anti-healing. Oh, I do need bows quite badly. I think I'll take it. Okay, there's our Rammus. There's Isaiah. Okay, I think this is a good time to make the switch. Boop, 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 boop. Bin, win, and... Alright, nice. Have I done anything silly there? I don't think... No, nothing too crazy. Oh. Apologies, there will be some adverts starting in a few minutes' time. Can I delay them long enough to get past this game? Maybe. I will do my best. Oof, narrow loss. But, okay. Okay, he's out. So I want my... I'm just going to start slamming items a little bit. I must be, yeah, I'm very close to hitting the next level of Stargazer. So that will give me a little bit more durability. But I suppose at this point, probably just going to ride things out for a while. Trying to get up to level 9, find the Jin, put him in, and then just upgrade all the units and kind of coast the rest of the game. There's not a lot left to do. I suppose as we get more Stargazer emblems, eventually, be able to swap things out, but... Yeah, we're a little bit weak at the moment because we don't have the upgraded units, but I don't think that's going to be too far away. Yeah, I shouldn't have gone for Varus this game. That was really silly of me. Alright. that might be more useful. Probably not. I got a little baited by some of the various items, and I went further into his line than I should have. Oh well. So Stargazer, so that's a... It's not like a big buff, but it's not nothing. Well, that's going to be a nice addition as well. Long term, so yeah, I am looking to go up levels. Let's see if I can find maybe 1 or 2 upgrades while I'm here. Yeah, okay. That seems reasonable. I don't think I'm likely to find anything more than that at this point. I can just let myself... Oh, and I've got a duplicator as well. Wonderful. I would really like to have Zaya too, because she is, like, almost in all of my damage, but I'm hesitant for re-rolling at this point, just because it feels like I'm going to push myself out of being able to get up to level 9 quickly. And yeah, I think I will have to... This is really awkward. So if I take in a loss, then I'm gonna be down to like 1 life. Ugh, I don't particularly like doing this, but I'm gonna try and soften the loss a little bit. Having the 2 Infinity Edges I don't think is ideal in this team comp, but see how it goes. I'm not sure about the meeple stuff. Oh gosh. Wow, their board looks kind of scary. I'm glad they did at least try and put a little bit more items in, otherwise I would have probably got completely run through here. I think we're still going to anyway. But it could have been quite a lot worse. Interesting. Yeah, they've gone for the anima version of the Victor board. So alright, 10 HP is about what I expected. It's not great. And, oh, well, that's a good item. Alright. Alright, red buff off of there. Yeah, I'm thinking that the... Oh, Sammy, thank you for the raid. I'm thinking that 8 Stargazer really isn't that good. Yeah, Sim, how's it going? Wait, are you doing the box as well? No. Hey, yeah, we're just doing our second day of actually trying to compete in Boxbox. I might be about to go 8th, though. It's the perfect time to be coming in. I'm doing the slightly wonky Stargazer, which is basically Guild. But I think I'm going to do alright. I'm still very much... Though I played a bit of PB, I definitely still feel like I'm in the learning the set zone. I think Bo Seb is one of the reasons. Oh, something. Oh, sorry, yeah. My apologies. Yes, there's an ad break that's still going. There's... Wait, sorry a second. Okay, never mind. Hold on 2 minutes. Yeah, let me just put it in the chat. Let's see if I can do that. I'm doing Boxbox in it. It's going okay. Okay, so I definitely don't need this anymore. Oh, I think I'm gonna die. That's a shame. I thought things were going quite well. Perhaps I was wrong. Woof. It has been going okay, and then I got absolutely nailed. Huh. I mean, maybe there's a reason why people aren't doing that comp. I was hoping you forgot to sign in on Boxbox. That's too bad. It's been quite fun so far. I definitely made a huge mistake by taking the virus stuff. I think that was probably... like, shouldn't have been that at all. I think that's probably the main thing I'm going to carry forward, is be really notice or remember what the effect of the boon is going to be. In that case, it wasn't especially useful. And for Thresh, I don't know if it would have been better, but it was something. Lucario, welcome. Yeah, the Xayah didn't work out as well as I would have hoped for. Just feel like we're zimming the Boxbox EUS stuff. I don't know if it's any different than the US stuff, but I like that I don't have to play on a different account. Oh. Yeah, Lucario, the main reason we went for that in this game was to try out the mountain stuff. I wasn't super impressed. It felt like we had a game that went relatively okay, and it still didn't really seem that great. I think maybe the reason why is because we ended up having to play like with a Xayah one without really items for quite a long time. But I mean, I've tried it now. And I'm definitely on the try things. What I have tried, god-wise, is that Yeso has generally been very strong. Simming, you win 1685751. Yes, I had a similar record where I was just kind of... I think it's very possible to have games go quite poorly because the game's just not going to be that balanced at this point. And you can either choose a route that's too contested, like anything with LeBlanc in it, or a route that is just rubbish. Oh, Lucario, you played Mountain as well, and with Region of 3, still play. Oh, Legion of 3s still plays 6th. Yeah, I think it did. It felt like the Mountain stuff was a little underpowered. Ooh. Now this could be a different story. The boar is quite fun. And as you can see, it pairs well with Timebreaker. You won against Victor Kane Alawi 3. Nice. That's crazy. I had heard that the Victor changes were not enough to really push it out of relevancy. Hey look, we've got most of a Fate Wheel award. Wow. Let's grab some stuff that can conceivably be a frontline. It was in slot Victor. Nice. Oh. I guess sort of a broad point thing which I found so far is it does tend to seem to be... I know that lost streaking is being favoured by a lot of people, but I think in terms of ladder climb... Oh. I mean, we gotta do it. Whoop. Challenger Primordian. Why, that seems pretty spicy. Okay. Primordium Emblem is really terrible. At least from the way which I understand it. But I think we can make it work. I mean, 450 HP is... I think spreading roots is one of the situations where you might actually be okay with it. Let's see. Do I want to burn some of this stuff early on? Yeah. Alright, so spready routes have been good to us today. I guess the question is, how far can I take this line through? So, having Time Breaker in very early on is really nice. Though I would have preferred to have gotten some actual rerolls. Oh, 7 minutes has got anima. Okay. Oops, that was one more than I needed to do. I mean, this is all okay for the time being. I can get Primordian online if I can find a Rek'Sai next round. I guess I can hold on to these for the time being. I will need a lot of bows, is the only problem. And I think I might have actually made myself a bit too strong early. I don't know if anyone can tell me if the... I still don't quite understand the realm stuff. If your item choice is affected by realm. Because I tried looking on Little Buddy Bot and it wasn't very clear. It felt like that. I'm sure there was a table of how it all works at some point. Wait, someone else has also made Primordial Emblem? Come on! You're killing me! Jeez. What are the chances that someone else would take and make intentionally Primordial Emblem in the same lobby that we random at? Ay. Yeah, who crafts that emblem on purpose? Oof. Hey, okay. Well, at least now we started losing. That'll make it a little easier to pick up our stuff. I don't know. I guess I can't complain too much. I have got a extremely good start, but let's go and make faces at this player. Leoric. To be fair, they're probably a fan of Diablo if their name is Leoric. At least that's the only place I've ever heard that name. Though they have spelled it wrong. Yeah, I think my understanding was that the Primordial Emblem is considered to be one of the more useless emblems overall. I'm mainly happy about us getting the Challenger. Because yes, Challenger goes from 2 to 3, yeah. You just play a Primordial comp. I do think that the sort of design of Primordium, where you might roll a relevant Primordian, but you also might not, feels quite weird. I'd rather have it be like Teemo, the Teemo comes from before. Well, a sec. I mean, I love the hexes. I think I'm gonna just get them in anyway. That's true. I'm streaming. I should have gambled. I've been a little disappointed by the gambas so far, though. The effects were just a little bit like 4 rerolls and stuff, which was just like, well, that's pretty forgettable. All right, there we go. Primordial's in place. Yeah, not knowing if you're gonna get. Let's switch some of the stuff around. Not knowing if you're gonna get an actual Primordian or not feels like it just doesn't feel very good. I've tried the quest with 6 non-unique traits and my brain just refused to cooperate entirely. And I just ended up being like, well, I can't figure out what the sort of puzzle is here to actually properly make this work, so I just ended up losing. So yes, I'm quite resentful of that particular quest, because it took a game which I was doing quite well in, and I didn't quite realise how bad it would get. Yes, the Thresh Gamba I was sort of talking about before. I don't mind doing the Gamba for the rest of the game, assuming that we don't have any items that come up which you desperately need, i.e. bows. There we go. The difference between Primordian just deciding to give you a Primordian and 2-starring your stuff versus it just giving you something completely rubbish and useless is so huge. You had a 5th trying to stabilize and you had Vex 2 but no items. That sucks. Yeah, it's a weird set that the you can just like be contesting LeBlanc and then just find a Vex and do fine with Vex 1, but I can imagine that the items make a massive difference. Alright, let's go and check what everyone else is doing. So, Space Groove. I'm ticking these off on my spreadsheet. I'm assuming that's Nova Marauder. Don't know. I'm assuming that's Corky. We know that we've got 2 people on Primordium. The Anima player. And what I'm assuming is probably another LeBlanc comp. There are so I've made a list of like all the comps in here. There's still a ton of comps that I'm not seeing any play at all. Alright, we need a bow, otherwise we're in some major trouble. Is there a world in which we kind of use Primordian Emblem as a way to just be a damage amp? It's not even clear what the Swarmling stuff really does mechanically. No bows. Ugh. Okay, let's do a little bit of rerolling. There we go. I think you can do some weird stuff with Primordian 4, if memory serves correctly. I think like you end up with maybe getting some quite like some extra stuff coming through. Second Assassins. Hey, it's going right. We missed out on the previous game where I got destroyed. This game, we spreading roots for Primordian and Challenger, and then someone else, possibly out of spite, I can't say for certain, but I'm going to say probably out of spite, decided to actually craft a Primordian emblem just to mess with us. So this game might be a little bit iffy, particularly because I have not been able to find any bows at all, and that's a little bit of a problem for a Belveth comp. Do I go for Portable Forge and gamble? I found something relevant. So grab bag gives me a much better chance of finding a bow. Ooh. I think I've got a grab bag. At least I've got the chance to reforge as well. I mean, you want Portable Gamba? All right, you want a Gamba before? Let's see if we can get away with it. Oh, there we go. We found like the item for Belveth. Zimming, you were right. You were right the whole time. How could I ever have doubted you? Yeah, this thing is gross. Yeah, the kills granting attack speed. Whew, that's gonna be pretty filth. I don't know if it's gonna be good enough to win this time, but it sort of makes Belveth not a melee champ, which is quite fun. Yeah, not quite there yet, but I think did well enough. Yeah, is it even worth it to play contested reroll? Well, I don't know, honestly. It might be better just to go up to 6, because I mean, we're getting like such random stuff out of Primordian. Is there anything I can put in that's worthwhile? I mean, we're all getting 1 gold per turn, which is not awful. More challenges? Sure. I'm probably not going to hit like 3-star anything, but I am also somewhat required to play Challenger in general. Do we just go for like a Nova Challenger? I don't know, honestly. Oh wait, we did win the previous round. I'm very bad at multitasking. I think we'll hang out here for a little bit and see what we can get. Still not finding any bows at all this game is really rubbish. But we need to find some sort of challenger board, which I'm not sure if it even exists. I mean, cryogenic's not especially useful. Let's gamba. And averaging a 7th. Yeah. I mean, we could just focus more around the. What are we doing? Tell you what, let's bang in this one in here. So yeah, we could get rid of Briar entirely. And then, what do we do? I don't know. I'm hoping to find a Quicksilver, but because we're contested, we're not finding any friggin' Primordians at all. In fact, no, we're getting beaten up by Leoric, who has got Primordians and Novus as well. This game, huh? Okay, so we found a very early Marauder. So Marauder Challenger, is that a thing? Is that a thing which we can make be a thing? Could we just yell at the screen loud enough? But yeah, Challenger Yi. Okay. So I mean, I think that's it. I think we challenge a Yi and hope for the best. We just abandon ship of the Primordian thing. It's not the end of the world if we have to basically bin one of our emblems. And then we'll just have to try and put that together. So what stuff pairs well with the Challenger? Let's see. Nova. I mean, yeah. Nova's probably going to be the main thing. Arbiter, probably not at this point. And then the rest of it is all this. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Oh, we gambled and ended up with an extremely useless target dummy. Brilliant. Okay. More Marauders. Cool. Yes, so some sort of Marauder Challenger mix up. And the front line is question mark. Hey, there's our bow. Okay. So Primordium we're just going to treat as a way to get us money. And then we're going to pump levels. And then something's going to happen. Something good. Something nice. Maybe like Mecha? Mecha could be kind of fun. Okay. Crash test dummies will work quite well because we've got an extra dummy. Okay. Hoop-a-da-boo. A challenger. Cool. Oh, we've got Kindred. Thank you for shouting that out. I almost missed that entirely. Okay, nice. Okay, so if we get in a world in which I'm trying to sort of to mentally recontextualize where we were previously, which was that it was possible to actually make the Belveth work. So I'm sort of trying to mentally reconfigure to get into a sensible space for that. I'm just gonna start slamming items. But as it is, I think Belveth is primarily going to be here as a trait filler. Okay, I mean, this worked okay. Master Yi is doing work. Trying his damnedest. I do think this Belveth variation is probably the only one that could have dealt with all those Zeds. Whew. Okay. Exciting. Oh. Right, at some point I'm going to want to ditch the time breaker. So I think this stuff here will eventually end up on a... Gosh, what's her name? Fura. Akali over at MF? I think, yeah, while at least I'm relying a little bit on the Belveth, I think actually you're right, getting the Marauder in is worthwhile. I do think it's fun that, like, we're in the space where actually, like, playing different things at different points of the game feels more worthwhile. Ah, poop. I thought I was going to get that one. Okay, right. This one gives me burn. It also does give you magic damage as well. I think, ooh. Alright. If you want there to be more Gamba. You're right. You're right. We do need more Gamba. We need Graves. No, wait, that Vex would have been really good. Never mind. Alright, give me that money. That was not very much money. Good point. We should have sold that XP before. Okay. Yes, I need to keep the Master Yi away from being targeted as quickly as he was in that round. Ooh. And yes, let's start getting some of this stuff shoved away. Okay, so damage is definitely not something which we're too worried about. Right. So left, lefty, lefty, righty. Yeah, maybe we just hit Graves too, and that saves us. Alright, well, good enough to beat up Ocean Squink. Gosh, Master Yi is doing some work. Good job, that guy. Do we shove forward? We've got 3 Marauder actually, don't we? Which is awkward. Okay, some more front line. I could dig it. Yeah, let's just take it. Spend it. Don't ask me too many questions. Okay, 61. Screw it. There we go. 5 Challenger. Easy. Oh, shoot. Yes, you're right. Emilio needs to be out. And let's see if we can find a random... Should have taken that guy. Ooh, I mean, I gotta do it, alright. If only I had more Challenger emblems, is all I'm saying. Yeah, we can see the value of getting the Mr. Yi off to the side there. Ugh, gonna get clobbered. But yes, thank you, Simming, for pointing out what I completely missed. Alright. Let's move some of this stuff around. Stay back. Okay. Hopefully Furor will make a difference. I think probably I need to have her on the same side as Mr. Yi, but I think she took care of that herself. Oh no, am I about to get murdered? I am about to get murdered. Oh boy. Well, I did go into full-on free cat mode when getting a test in this game, but thank you, chat, for trying to put me back onto level, at least somewhat, in that game. But, whew, that was a wild game. There's been a lot of those so far in the set where I've just been... I think my general play style has been to play like a lunatic. Yeah, I mean, I think that game was a little unlucky. It was a chance to, like, really push out of comfort zone entirely, which I think isn't necessarily a terrible thing. I hope there's only so many times that a person can freak out while play, but I'm not 100% certain. It definitely would have been a much, much easier game had we been able to sit in Primordium the entire time. Let me put this somewhere. I put my OBS onto a silly part of my screen. Okay, that goes here. That goes there. Alright, nice. Yeah, it was a weird game, but it was interesting. It does feel like, I think that was a, if I'm going to be generous myself, I think that was a 7th that we made into a 6th because of you guys, basically. Oh, let me throw on a 1-minute advert break just to try and stave off the adverts during the main part of the game. The thresh spoons did work out right. Okay. What have we got? Stargazers. Reroll Stargazers will be a thing in this game. We are finally... So on PBE, we used to play tons of Ezra Reroll, but I have not played it once on live. Yeah, Lucario definitely. The Thresh is very much a win more thing. Oh, there we go. And also a Cho'Gath, which is the other part of the equation. Okay. Assuming that we don't get pushed like wildly in a different direction, I'm going to try and run the Time Weaver Keeper? Breaker. Time Breaker comp with Ezra, which works really well if you've got a strong early start. The way I've seen people sort of capping out this comp is just to go deep into Darkstar later on, which I think makes sense. Oh, do I team building my way to an Ezra 3? Lightning magic roll. No hero augments. Zimmy, thank you for coming by. Expedition. Oh, that's real tough. Pick 2? Alright, let's expedition him. Let's double check what the Ezreal itemization ideally is. I think it's all AD stuff, like just swords, swords, swords. Yeah. Yes, assuming full damage from 1 mana generation. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let me copy this across into Team Builder so Team Builder's not actively griefing me. Okay, let's just bang anything in here that's remotely worthwhile. Right, you're all disposable. Timmy, thank you. Lucario, you don't know if it's worth playing mech after the B patch? Yeah, they did. I'm trying to remember what was in specifically the B patch from mech. Let me. TFT patch notes. Because it had, yeah. Oh, the HP transform. I've seen it still do relatively well, so I think it's not unplayable. I don't think it's definitely as good as it was, but I think if you get there, 10% bonus health, it's alright. This augment used to be Insula LeBlanco Mech Force. Yeah, well, I think you definitely can't be doing the whole thing of going to 9 when you've got to spend this much money, or, well, you have to. You are conceivably spending a lot of money early on. I'm mainly playing Ezreal here just because I want to, not necessarily because it's the right decision. Like, genuinely though, I do think that playing whatever a person finds interesting is actually a better overall strategy than playing what someone is not interested in but is strong. If only for me, I think, because focus is a pretty major problem for me. And if I can't find a way to get myself to focus, then I'm in trouble. I mean, this works pretty well. I think we can use... Oh, brilliant. Oh, this guy's tempting as well. Oof. This is tough. Yeah, Ezreal and Show getting stacks early. I mean, getting the 2-star Show in is pretty great. I'd like to have both of them, but I think it would take me longer to find the... Well, there we go. Okay, and this can be our cast item. Sorted. In the bin with you. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. Okay, so let's go and take stock what everyone's got. What we got? So we've got a... I'll put that in Nova Kindred board, probably. Oh, we've got Time Breaker. For a second I was like, there's no freaking way someone's playing exactly the same comp as us 2 games in a row. I think if we're in Cho temporarily, hopefully. But it's worth noting that there are Chos out of the pool. Stargazer board. That's the medallion, so reroll Stargazer. Primordian. Ayy. Shoemaker. Showmaker? Tegus is... Don't know what they're doing. How are we doing an expedition? I've been putting more stuff into expedition than probably is completely sensible. But I'm hoping to get there a little bit sooner than I might otherwise. Cool. I've got my first breakpoint on Ezreal. So the more breakpoints he gets, the more damage he's doing. And it tends to snowball. But cool. I think that gets me up to the second one, does it? No, but it gets me close. I think in terms of number of Chos, number of Ezreals we're finding, I can definitely feel like nobody is taking Ezreals at least. Okay, so I've got 5 spare. If I find something, if I get any drops, I probably should be considering selling the stuff on bench. It's Expedition 33 is a long time. I was really delighted when I realized that Expedition 33, when your units disappear, they disappear in the same way that happens in that game. I thought that was wonderful. Interesting. Okay. I think I'm okay to sit here for the time being. That's a really nice show upgrade, so should be getting a couple of casts off per ram. Maybe he'll even kill something. I don't think I'm overly bothered about Ezreal getting sniper yet. I would prefer to get in a 4th bruiser and just run the round out longer. I think that would be a net increase in overall damage. But we'll see. Pretty happy with how things are going so far though. I'm glad that also other people in Lana have now taught me about the Darkstar long-term destination for this board. Gosh, that was a bit unlucky. Oh well. Something that's kind of fun about the set is they've managed to dress up a lot of things in an interesting way. Oh, do I branching out? Tower's pretty interesting. There's so many things that would be completely useless for me in branching out though. Yeah, I can't. 12 gold though. Whew. That would help reset my econ quite nicely. Granny dummy. It seems like that must be pretty decent. Radiant Deathblade on Ezreal. I mean, that makes sense. I think I'm going to go for this just because I want to. Okay, I'm going to have to put something in the expedition. Well, I mean, I think 12 gold. I mean, admittedly, it's a little late for 12 gold to be massive, but I think given how torpedoed the econ has been, I can live with that. Ezreal's nice, nice. Beautiful. The 4th brawler as well. Alright, cool. We are 13 off of that. So let me remember how this comp works again. So yeah, the variation that people have been going for is, yeah, into the 4 time breaker. Which makes sense. You do... The extra attack speed for Ezreal is crazy. I really like that as, you know, he scales through kills. He also scales really hard for his trait. I've not found as many Chos as I would have liked though, but I mean, I think that was established relatively early on as going to be the case. The question now is if I do hang out and try and find more Cho'Gaths. I don't think I do. Blessing of Size? Nah. More items. None of these are super relevant. Gosh, the game is definitely trying to bait me into sticking around. Let's see, if I can find... more Cho'Gaths in these roles. And I can't. Kale is Cho BIS. Yeah, I mean, I can believe that. I quite like using Protector's Vow on him, on Cho though, as a way to get the cast significantly quicker. I don't know if that's actually a sensible idea. Okay, how close are we to expedition? Still quite a long way away. I think I will hang out on this level for the rest of the stage and just see if we can find anything worth putting in. But Lucario, when you say kale, I think I might be thinking that you're talking about something different than what you are talking about. Um, hmm. Oh, okay. I'm still a little lost, Lucario, I have to say. But yeah, I think Projectors is it seems like it's at least on paper it seems like it should be right. I don't remember what the. Let's actually look it up on Little Buddy Bot. What the cash out actually is. Set 17. There's got to be one for Expedition, right? Augment tables. Or is it the same thing every time? Is it Radiant Upgrade and so much gold? Is that is that what the Expedition gives you? Is that a set thing? Because that might go some way towards explaining why there isn't a table for it. And 2 5 costs. Okay, yeah, if it's the same thing every time then I guess it's just gonna be a case of learning it's alright. Or time breakers. Right. I don't have any kind of armor pen at the moment, so I think I go for that. I'll put that on my secondary tank. So, Lucario, you're reckoning that if well, I don't know if I'll be able to find a Deathblade, but if I can, I guess otherwise I presume it's going to probably be if I'm getting a Radiant upgrade from the Expedition relatively soon. I'm assuming it's going to be the Infinity Edge. Oh, that well, gosh, that round worked well. Yeah, from what we have, yes, it's most reasonable. Cool. Let's see if we get millions of swords. We might. I don't. Ooh, so we've taken one econ already. I think we really want something combat-wise. I think Barret's Lair's pretty good. I don't think we need Giant and Mighty because we've already got Brawler. We might. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for Barret's Lair. Okay, you can have that for the time being. Cool. Let's just start building our way up. I'm working the assumption that there's not going to ever be a... Cool, we're Expedition next round. Yeah, that we're not ever going to hit Show 3. We'll just have to deal with it. And then I'm going to try and get Riven in for the massive attack speed increase. Gosh, we got ventilated in that round, jeez. Yes, it does seem like the highest cap version of this board is to... There we go. And... What? Well, I mean, that's pretty nice. And yes, you were 100% right. Alright, Infinity Edge, go, go, go. Okay, and Oh, slammy, 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 slammy. Well, picking in the Dark Star is really nice. That's a little disappointing. Okay, I think I probably need to get to 8 and get Riven. Ooh. Eesh, none of these are great. Ugh. Okay, I think I can probably make something out of a bow a little bit better. Oh, there's Ribbon. Okay, well there you go, that's at least some good news. At least I don't need to roll at all to find her. Okay, cool. So I probably do want to ditch these guys at some point soon. Let's see, so Dark Star, if I was going to put in these guys, it would be Mordekaiser, I'm assuming, and Kaiser for the rogue. Okay, I can see that working. Certainly good enough to beat up this board. Question is, do I swap out the... So I could have a Nashor's active, which isn't amazing, but... Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Nashor's might be it. Let's give it a try. It's not ideal, but I think it's really easy to get caught up on ideal stuff. Oh, another Cho'Gath. Yeah. So is it worthwhile to have 4 Dark Star? Gives quite a lot of stats to Jin. Okay, yes, I think that's working. I mean, Timebreaker 4 is probably making quite a big difference as well. Oh, nice, and someone's taking Golden Egg, which might make life quite a lot easier for us, at least in the immediate term. Okay, so we're looking for stuff for Jin, which is very close to being okay there. Oh, but I do need something that's... I mean... That is probably okay. He does have a relatively low mana cost. You know what? Screw it. Let's take it. It's probably not ideal, but it does seem like it's maybe one of the few ways to... Radiant Nash. Oh god. Can you... So, question. With the Kale stuff, can you mess with your items to, like, not? Or to... Oh yeah, I should really use my Timebreaker at some point. Can you mess with your items to make it so that you can sort of narrow down which item it is? Reckon better Shojin on Ez and Guinsu on Jin? Interesting. I'm willing to give it a try. At least... Yeah, I suppose, no, you're right actually, because Ezreal's got enough attack speed to be getting on with Nash's anyway, whereas Jin at least gives him some sort of scaling damage. Yeah, someone else is taking our Riven, so good thing we're not really focused around them. Yes, let's try a little bit of item switching. Okay. And I think we are good to... I do tend to like aggressively leveling. Hey, it's this guy. What stuff can we... So rogue is not really that relevant here. I think that maybe we've got enough damage to be getting on with. That was pretty solid. Let's snooze, yeah, but... do I need a... Yeah, I think, yes, I think you're right that the... I think maybe if we make the graves into a semi-tank, then that will be something. I mean, Morgana certainly is a decent enough unit. Yes, Ezreal, I think you're right with the Ezreal item changes. Yeah, Jin's doing okay. I think at 2-star he'll start to be more of a real concern. Okay. None of these particularly great for Jin. I think I'm going to try and fish for something there. Leeching implants. Yeah, let's... or emergency shooting? I think I'm just using him as a block in the way currently, so... with no real intention of having him stick around. I'm not particularly happy with that. Hey, at least we're at level 9. Ezreal's doing alright for himself. This one bin, this one bin. The question is really, let's see, can I fit in? I think if I can 2-star Shen and Morgana, I probably will just try and jam them in for the general bonuses. Oh. I haven't already tried that tank Graves, but let's keep giving it a go. Nice. Okay, let's keep hold of that one. Trying to figure out at what point it's... If I can 2-star the Graves, I guess I will start putting the... some of the items onto him. Gosh. Yes, the Ezreal damage is kind of interesting. I'm going to swap these guys' sides. Okay, and I'll save my rerolls for next round. So we're very close to finding a whole bunch of upgrades. Boof, boof. I think that makes sense. DPS is just not on the cards for this guy, is it? Okay. Well, tankiness, I suppose. Mm-hmm. 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 I don't know if this is good at all. We need Tam 2 instead of Pantheon. Yeah, I can see that being a thing. Gosh, good job, Graves. I was not completely convinced that was going to go that well. Well, the downside of going out of 4 time breaker is that we 20%. I mean, gosh, these are kind of fun. I actually forgot you had to pay for these upgrades. Okay. Up to 50. Okay, I've never seen anybody try this with Graves before, but maybe it'll work. It's nice to have a secondary tank. Slowly inching towards. I mean, I've had a good game. Okay, give me some upgrades. No. Rude. Okay, anything else I can do? We need to basically just run out the same round again. Imagine if I had Cho 3. What a world this would be. I think this would be a better finish. Is the main thing I think I would get out of this one. Oh boy, game does not think we're going to win this one. I don't know, the extra damage is kind of nuts. Yeah. Nearly hitting 20,000. Okay, let's see if we can find a relevant item again. Or some more spicy stuff. We've already got this, don't we? So let's continue to make him a chunky lad. Ugh. Cannot find anything for love or money. Game still thinks we're going to lose. You could well be right. But maybe it's not. I still can't imagine a world in which this, like, goes too much further. Okay, well, I mean, that's going to make a potential difference. Let's spin off the show. Yeah, it would make sense it doesn't include the Graves upgrades. Okay, let's do a little bit of rearranging. At least gives him a little bit more damage. Have we found the new OP? How many rounds till we get the factory new? One more round. But damn, he's already very, very tanky. So if we can find an upgrade from Morgana, then I think we're about as strong as we can be. We'll want to put in a Bastion, probably a level 10. Fate Weaver doesn't matter. Replicate doesn't matter. Rogue doesn't matter. Sniper would matter. Apparently Nano Machines is quite a lot better. I mean, that is a different effect though. We got already. We have got emergency shield. This is emergency 50%. Okay, right, yeah, let's go for that. Oh yeah, no, I did actually need that, never mind. If we survive this round, I'm going to do a little bit of item rearranging. Never mind. I think we did a lot better than it looked like we were going to. Whew. Alright. That's one of the better games today. Nice. That is... Wait, it's a bit bigger. .elp. Not too bad at all. Oh. Yeah. It's a shame, actually. I wasn't expecting that to go quite as well as it did. But making it to the third, I think, did well. And I think got a little outscaled at the tail end. And got a little... And I also briefed myself. I think I need... So something I think I generally need to do is do a little bit more pre-thinking. Oh, did the Graves drag the Victor Alter Ezreal? Yeah, that was the big thing from that round, wasn't it? That Ezreal got blown up relatively quickly. I think in retrospect, maybe I would have been right to put the Graves up front. Because you're right, okay, yes, so that's something else to remember in mind. So, with Victor, watch out for the AoE. Because I think if that had happened on previous rounds, well, I guess it would have been dead. I hoped I would have had the chance to learn from that experience. As it was, I did not. Alright, back to the game. Zoom! Yes, so far on stream, it's not been going great. But that last game was good. It feels like each of these games we're learning a little bit more and playing a little bit better, which is definitely a lot better than I think winning and not learning anything. Because hopefully it leads to a lot more wins if we learn stuff. Alright, carry on. Let's get stuck in. So we've got Ori and we've got Thresh. So Ori is the one who bonuses based off of how many levels you've got, and Thresh gives you bonuses, random bonuses, but the better you're doing, the more bonuses you get. So we probably want to spend... Yeah, let's kind of logic it out here. So in both those cases, we probably want to be on high HP and to get our stuff active quite quickly. Yeah, well, I guess we'll try and play, if we can, try and play tempo. You never pick Thresh unless the components are good. Yeah, I mean, it does feel like you're sort of... There's enough variety in the boons that being bribed with a couple of golds feels like it's still not an amazing deal. Fountain. So not one which I'm really super keen on playing. Mordekaiser does always feel like a pretty solid pickup because he just seems to be in every freaking comp. His tags are just too good. I do think it's funny that Dark Star or Dark Star in Disguise is in like nearly every set of TFT, and in this case it's probably the one which feels the least Dark Starry. Okay, Patient Study seems like it's pretty okay. I mean, that is a long-term one though. Salvage Bin would get us a second item. Warlord's Honor would be longer-term power. Our board is not very strong. Speedy Double Kill would give us more incentive to push tempo. You know what? Let's try it. I think it's going to be a little wonky. But what's the worst that can happen, right? I was trying to find someone that actually works with both these items, and I couldn't figure it out. So instead, I just slammed and said, that's later person's problem. But I think pretty much any kind of caster will be fine with these. Okay. So if I'm just kind of going for a generic power, I probably could get away with going something like Psionic, something like Meeples, where it's just like, you know, they can take any sort of items and be fine. So I'm going to start heading in that kind of direction. But cool, so far so good. I feel quite proud of myself for at least... So this is being talked about on the CCC server as well. That like, what sort of goes into... Oh, brilliant. What goes into being... or to improving. And I think in this case, a lot of it is going to be like, are you making decisions that are falsifiable? So in my case, I'd be like, okay, I think this is the way the game should go. I should play aggressively. I should try and get to the late game with as strong as a position as possible, because be it RE, be it Thresh I end up going into, both of them will reward me for being high level. I think that's a reasonable stance to take. And it's also like a somewhat falsifiable stance that it might... You know, that if I'm completely wrong about that, and I just sort of run out of gas and things, and die, then I can at least be like, okay, why was I wrong about that? I think... So, certainly for my playstyle, I've tended to do well with playing fairly aggro. Lakari, you'd rather lose streak than win, lose, win, lose? I think that's fair. In this instance, we've got a little bit more reason to push forwards, but I have generally... Is there a particular... I don't really understand in detail, like, is there a particular reason why Lost Streak is so good in the set? I've heard the idea that Lost Streak is good, but I haven't fully comprehended why that is the case. Oh, because the anima cash outs, okay. 8 gold. Ooh. 8 gold, considering that some of the mystery loots have been quite poor. Let's actually see what the loot tables are. Whoops. Oh well. Guess that's chosen for me. I'm not, like, devastated wherever I get. Oh, I got golden remover as a mystery loot. Nice. That is better than I expected it to be. And 4 gold. Alright. I can't remember how much of that, if any, was built into the bribe for taking it in the first place, but so far so good. Yeah, that's probably the best outcome I could have gotten. You're right. So, yeah, in this case with the speedy double kill, if I can stay ahead of the curve, then hopefully I can, you know, get that speedy double kills in. But in terms of actual comp, I'm not 100% certain what I'm doing. I think I've managed to find a pretty nice crossover of traits. Mecha, not really ideal. Oh, I haven't checked what my Sonic is yet. Nope, no good. Oh yes, of course, with Kinsu's. Yeah, you're right. It's 100% just another LeBlanc game. That was silly of me to even begin to think otherwise. I think I've mentally deleted the option because of how often I see it contested. Well, I've had a very back and forth stage 2. Yes, I will try and find a Leona. Okay, let's see what other people are going for. Psionic, Arbiter. So LeBlanc is going to be a little harder to find. Space Screw something. Robosec is our anima player. For anima, do they have any emblem? Not that I can see. No. Okay. Sword? Lovely. So, my assumption will be that if I'm gonna have an okay Arbiter, it's gonna be related to buffing the attack speed of LeBlanc rather than any sort of HP scaling or anything for Leona, because I'm coming into it quite late anyway. I think Leona's not going to be a significant part of the board apart from just being a trait filler. Yeah. Shojin Quinsu. Let's see if let's see what TFT Academy reckons. I don't know if we can do multiple things. Let's find out. Shojin and Quinsu? It reckons a Jin board, Graves board, and LeBlanc board. Yeah. So more or less what you'd expect. I've got kind of econ, I've got kind of items. Ooh, that could be kind of good. Yeah, I haven't tried that. I've not really tried that before, but I will give that a try here. That seems like it makes sense. I'm going to use Epic Roll Down as a way to be able to actually get the LeBlanc, which I'm a little worried that I'm not going to be able to otherwise. I do need to make sure that I've got LeBlanc in the team planner though, so I don't accidentally skip over him. Misfortune's been put on a shift. She doesn't feel like hilariously broken or anything, but she seems like she's doing fine. Oh, I mean, this could kind of work. I do like having the conduit in for this, but... Yeah, I'm not sure. Gosh, people are pushing levels quite quickly. If I'd had that extra 8 XP, perhaps I would be home right now. Yes, I need to hit level 8 ASAP. I have to keep reminding myself I've got the epic roll down because I've literally never used it before. Okay, so in good news for the... I've got to remember as well that I've also got the speedy double kill, so I need to get those. I can play more aggressively than I might be able to otherwise. Extra rerolls? I don't really need that. But the... Oh, I could slam a Thieves' Gloves. Oh, damn it. I went past it quickly again. Okay. I didn't even see what happened there. Right, I guess it's another Spirit Gym. And apparently I'm devoted to Thresh this time. Get Rost in. Yes, I do have infinite reforges. That's a good point. I think my brain is not infinitely big enough to be able to pivot well, though. We know that this is... So, I guess in terms of like random comps to get out to... Oh, well, I mean, that solves that problem. Okay, let's... I'm going to try and see if I can score something a little bit more relevant. Oh, but I do have... In good news, if I can... So maybe I don't even play Leona. No, I mean, I definitely do play Leona. But I can make a... Void Staff relatively quickly. Yes, we're thinking the same thing. Okay, yeah, LeBlanc's putting on a shift. So I can see it going on. Molly-wise, we're doing okay. So we can get up to level 8 on 4-2. And get our epic roll down, which I'm a little tempted to go for a bit early, give myself more time to work with because I'm slow. Nice, finding some good ones. Okay. Attacks 3 times. I think that's going to be it, right? Yeah. Okay. Do a little bit of rearranging. Boop, 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 and... Okay. You reckon getting rid of the show gem? We've got 3 reforgers, so... Seems like it's pretty likely to work. I could definitely see that. Like, our tank line is not amazing. Okay. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's very good. Wonderful. Oh, no, we just went past Meepsy. Yeah, let's see what we can get out of this one. Fine. Okay. Lucario, thank you so much for your help. You've already done so much for keeping me from falling on my ass. So, very much appreciated. I hope you have a really good day. I'm going to try and... I think I can get in some more streaming tomorrow, so hopefully catch you then as well. If you happen to be around. Yeah, have a really good one. Hey. Okay, so far good. So far so good. I think, yeah, Meepsy's the only thing which is really missing from this equation. So, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about the whole thing. And I think my overall choices have been solid enough. Got a good arbiter. I think I'm in a good spot to get the cash out for the speed double kill. And I do not regret giving up a gold augment to get the LeBlanc 2, given how hard that has been previously. Okay. 12 gold to push towards going another level, or starting your random. I think I'll take the gold. Let's get the gargoyles up in position. Nunu is my primary tank, which he very much is. And then I'm looking for Blitzcrank long term. Okay, yeah, I think this is alright. I will move. Yeah, missing out on Voyager kind of sucks. I definitely regret not picking up Meepsy when I had a chance. Yeah, getting Shepherd and Voyager off of one is brilliant. But what we've got on the board is solid enough. I think that's been the case in quite a lot of the games, to be honest. I've had something missing from the equation that would make life a lot easier. But hey. Maybe Meepsy will show up. Maybe I will be able to go up to level 9 and find a Blitzcrank. I think Vanguard 6 is definitely going to be more worthwhile. Yeah, 8% durability. Especially with the shielding in place. If only had a Vanguard emblem. Alright, so I could level, but I think I'm okay for the time being. I feel like I'm stable. I am going to be going up against several people from the lower bit of the table, but I don't think I can really make my board that much better without... I really don't want to roll for Meepsy. This round feels a little iffy. I think I do have the... Like, I've got the in-round double scaling from Ginsu's and from the Arbiter, so... Okay. No, I underestimated my own board. Oh, no, I didn't. Alright, well, I'm not sure there's a huge amount I could have done there. Close to getting the other kill through. Having a... You know what? Let's do it. Yeah, I think having a Death Claw, Dragon's Claw, is worth doing. And then we'll try and find something relevant. Cool. Sold. Actually, it doesn't matter. I've got a golden remover. I can do what I like. Right. Brilliant. This will hopefully let us get through the speedy double kill. And then we'll be back up and economically afloat again. Yeah, I like the decision making. It felt pretty good. And I think that should be a hopefully noticeable amount of extra tankiness for Nunu. Especially with the second wind. I say this, and I immediately get completely demolished. Jeez. Okay. What happened there? Got demolished by Fura. Okay. So I'm probably trying to fight for top 4 at best then, since I've got absolutely annihilated. Rubbersec is... Yeah, people are pulling out their 2-star legendaries at this point, which is proving to be a bit of a problem. Damn. So, at least in this Ari lobby, I just got completely nailed. Huh. And just before the speedy double up cash out. Cruel irony indeed. How are we doing for time? Well, I'm doing fine on time. Alright, I'm going to quickly go and grab a drink. I'm going to come back. I'll try it all over again. Probably less than 4 minutes, but I'll pull up 4 minutes. Hello. So let's take a look at that previous game. Sorry, I'm just a little over dramatic. Looking at the boards. Yeah, it didn't help that someone else was all. Let's see. I think we dropped a lot of HP early on. Two of the boards towards the tail end had like multiple. Otodal had two 5 cost. No, sorry, 3 5 cost 2 stars. So it felt like in that RE game, I made a mistake by not pushing in for a very high cap board. Because it felt like little LeBlanc just didn't do anything. So I think that's a lesson to take from that one. Is just like, it's gotta be a crazy board. And I think as well, the epic roll down, it let me hit my board, but gosh, LeBlanc, it feels like in an environment where people are playing 4 costs, there's enough time to let her scale, but in that environment where there were 5 costs out the wazoo at 2 star, the board just got blown to pieces before it ever really got going. Ooh. So we must respect the RE going forwards. Alright, let's jump back into game. Alright, lobby rank is skill 3. Randomness versus health. Okay. I'm not generally super impressed by what Soraka's got to offer in terms of her eventual boom. It just doesn't seem that great. Outside of an Anima situation, of course. So we might be going for same things before. So yeah, that was interesting. So in the previous game, oh gosh, we have got ourselves a Primordian start. So in the previous games, we tried to play tempo because of the reward of getting to the late game. But as it turned out, people instead didn't do that, and they just saved up all the extra money and killed us with a really strong late game board. So I think I was wrong, but I'm glad to be wrong. Alter. But cool. So far, so good. I mean, items aren't incredible, but they're okay. At least we've got the Quicksilver potential. Hopefully, won't be contested this game. There we go. Nice. Quicksilver out the gate. So I think we'll test this theory again. Ooh, oh boy, it's going to be high intensity. Ooh. I think I'm going to try this. Band of Thieves does seem really good, though. Let's go for the one which I don't want to go to, because I think that might turn out to be the correct one. Okay, so far so good. And Bosch. Usually whatever I feel disinclined to take is the correct one. In this case, just, yeah, make my board as strong as possible. I think that does fit with my game plan. It's hard to pull myself away from the desire to get, like, something really high roll from the artifact ambles, but that definitely doesn't feel like a tempo game plan. So again, in this lobby, I am testing my premise. My premise is with a Thresh lobby, you're getting kind of random stuff, so your quality is not assured by any means. But it seems like it makes sense to try and push levels quickly and keep your HP up high, and then be able to ride out the Thresh boon for as long as it's humanly possible. We shall see. Okay, so there's a Nova player. There's a Israel Timebreaker player. Fun. A Stargazer board. What else we got going on? Okay. What an AD focus log will be so far. I don't know if this is right. Push levels. At this point. Let's see, so I go to 24 next time. I could spend the 4 to go to the next level. Yeah, I think based on what I have right now, which is like, with the Thieves' Gloves, I do have a stronger board than I should have. Gosh, I say that and immediately get murdered. Ugh. Okay, I mean, I still stand by that probably being the more correct route than not. I imagine most people are going for Thresh. Hey, Deadly Ghost. How's it going? I've been having a bit of a variable day today, as you might be able to tell from the display at the top. I think the track is a little out of date. Can I refresh it? Yeah, rather variable showing so far. But I'm testing out some theories. Sometimes it's going well, sometimes a little less than well. Yes, I want to make sure I get every finish possible by the end of today, which means I need a 8. Yeah, if I get an 8, hot damn, I will have hit every single finish available, giving me a perfectly average score. I should have slammed the Protector's Vow there as well. There's not really any reason to hold on to it. Oh gosh, Nova Challenger. And eventually I'm going to want the Ribbon, but for the time being... Ooh. Yeah, Lucario was in here giving some pretty good advice. I think one of the big things which I tend to do late game is sort of run out of energy because the novelty tends to drop off of what I'm doing, and then forget to optimize my board and end up having like one unit that just doesn't do anything left over. Yes, okay, so I'm probably looking for a relatively standard Nova board with these guys, and Timebreaker's just here for more econ, really. But having double econ start is very nice. Let's check in on everybody again. Oh, interesting. So someone's gone for a... I didn't put this on my list because I never see anybody do it. But someone's gone for Vega Meeples. Okay, I'll just recall that as regular Meeples. Oh, there is a rogue reroll. Cool. Yes, we got a Nova board. So I need to be aware that Nova is contested. Which does mean that I need to be picking up Nova units when I can. Nice. Bow's very good. Yes, I agree. I think the... Who are they? Yeah, let's see. Ezra reroll. Heol is also Primordian. I don't know if they're necessarily married to Primordian. What are their emblems? No, wait, sorry, this is Unexpectedness, sorry. Not Trait Tracker, because Trait Tracker is not even in the set. We. I'm not finding a lot of Primordians, I think because Primordians are contested. which immediately sends me into kind of like, darn it kind of mode. I suppose right now we're not like super married to anything. Exiles would be reasonable. Yeah, let's just take that for the time being. Let's see. So no, meeples are somewhat contested, but in a reroll capacity, so Corky Riven could be a thing. It does look like we're more AD focused than we might be otherwise. We could go for the Marauder starboard. I mean, we know that there's also someone on Nova already. Delegoshi played Pike Hero Augment and lost to Cho 3. I couldn't even imagine what the HP was with double Steal Your Heart. I imagine maybe in the region of... I mean, 10,000 is the classic too many to count situation. $14K. Wonderful. I do have the option of going into Victor. That's not an unplayable one, though. Items are not... The Quicksilver was probably the most iffy one. If we go for Marauder, Nova Marauder, I don't think that's like super well regarded at the moment, but it's something that can at least run Quicksilver. And we've got a lot of the stuff already. Let me rearrange some of my stuff for a second. There we go. Your Pike 3 or 5 Odger wasn't even doing a dent. Yeah. Is there a instant kill unit in this set? I can't remember. I don't think so, right? Not even convinced that would have been workable anyway. Okay. Let's keep Thresham. That seems like some kind of sign. Yeah, I suppose Darkstar, yes, is the minus 8% HP. I think probably the way to deal with a Cho 3 like that would be to play Vex, where you can hit the Cho, but also just kill everything else around it. And then you're kind of sorted. Okay, so I mean, we're finding a lot of stuff that does send us this direction. Yeah, I think that's the way I'm gonna go. Okay, yeah, I don't feel too bad about that at all. So we can, this early start has given us a lot of free resources, and we can use that to move into a better one. Yes, and if we get lucky gloves then, even better. But we've got like all the Nova stuff we could reasonably ask for, and probably a little bit more. Cool. So yes, Belworth will stick around. Anyone else I need to grab? Not really. Not at least that I don't have already. Atrox Akali. Oh, Akali, yeah. Akali is missing. I'll see if I can grab an X-Ram. I'm not getting super hammered on these rounds, so... yeah, I think that's alright. Oh, DG, this set is definitely testing me in terms of it feels like it's forcing me to get better at the game to, like, remotely compete. Alright, let's get rid of this stuff now. And I'll see if I can grab hold of that Akali. There we go. Beautiful. Alright. Right, so let's get some of this stuff out of here. Hopefully find... yes. There we go, got some... a sort of board of sorts. And a spectacular loss. Alright. Cool. Ooh. Could get a Nova Emblem. Let's try for it. Okay. Set that on him for the time being. Ooh. Yeah, DG, I think that's very reasonable to say that the god stuff is quite restrictive. I think it's very valid. Oh yes, I need to get the Pali in. Okay, boop, and a boop. Oh. Gosh, I am getting rolled. I was a little worried I was going to get killed there. Okay, time to high roll a Fiora. I also need a Fiora and a glove. I mean, that's a glove. None of those are Fiora though. Yes, there's a lot of stuff that gives precision that I keep forgetting is a thing. Okay. Whoops, I forgot to use my solar hex. Hopefully I can get away with that. Okay, so QSS to go on to the Mr. Yi. And then actually use Solar Hex. I think it would be worth doing. Okay. Oop. Okay, I'm just gonna throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at this one. Close to hitting the Mr. Yi upgrade, which would be huge. Might just be time to die there. It is. Oh boy. That did not go well. Let me do a little bit of fixing on my top overlay. Since I'm trying to kind of reset up my... Well, that was a terrible game. Trying to reset up my casual competition stream for the purposes of solo streaming. There we go. That should hopefully make it a little easier to see everything. Oh, yeah, DG. I don't know what's the... It's not going incredibly well. Today. It's... Oh wait, I got the 8th! I got the 8th! You're right. I've officially hit every... Oh, is there no second place? There's a second place, right? If we go to the observing the game thing. Yeah, I did it off stream, but it did exist, I swear. I'm also... Oh, 2 weeks of competition. Yes, well, I've managed to secure pricing again from Riot's side of things, so I can actually start up casual competition again, which I wasn't sure I was going to be able to because it had been a little iffy as to what that situation would be. Sadly, it's there is no more Northern Legends, which is Really sucks. Oh, sorry, do you mean 2 weeks for the Boxbox competition? There was some... I missed some words in there. Oh. It's weird. I've been on quite a journey with this set where I've kind of gone from feeling like I knew what I was doing to feeling like I have no idea what I'm doing. And I feel like I'm more in the no idea where I'm doing section, I guess, right now. There we go. I'm generally not sure what I did with the... Oh, I guess, sorry, there will be a 3-minute advert break coming in. Hopefully you won't miss anything too important, but I'll catch everyone up once it goes through. Oh, hello. I wouldn't hate having a game where I just sort of got led by the nose, and maybe this will be one. As I seem to be finding... There we go, so Lucario thought I was high master for beating challenges in Northern Legends lobbies. Yeah, I think we're doing really well there, right? Pug Sorcereth, thank you for the encouragement. I think I'm definitely in the stage of getting my ass kicked quite badly in such a way that you can sort of go one of two ways with it, where you can either be like, this set sucks, like, the game's bad, boo, or there's something I'm not getting here. Even if I'm there's a bunch of stuff which I think I'm doing right, there's some presumably more important stuff I'm not doing right. Let's... Well, DG. Yeah, if it works, it works. Let's do you want to try out Vagar carry? I'm not sure it's really a thing anymore. But I think that this is probably okay. I keep finding Vagars. So the game definitely wants to tease me into probably doing the wrong thing. Money Hungry is really good. Oh, I saw that a little bit too late, unfortunately. Okay, so Vagar carry. There's no scaling in this case, but I guess the ability to fit in more meeps is a sort of scaling. Oh, is he a replicator? He is a replicator. Good show. Okay, so I could fit in these guys. Would fit in really well. I mean, there's no Bastion, but there's Replicator and the Sniper. Okay, interesting. I think given how confused I am about the set at the moment, I don't hate being able to just choose a weird line and just focus on getting that right rather than worrying too much about what everyone else is doing. Yes. It's a shame we don't have the... I did see someone with Vagar playing Deadliest Caps before, and it was quite fun. So, in terms of provably wrong decision points to go for, then I guess... Oh, let's check Victor. I just can't find that drone uplink. Just can't find it. Excuse me. I don't think that came through in the microphone. So there is going to be here in this game a certain amount of Vegars which I need to hit, probably without re-rolling, for this to be a remotely sensible enterprise. I've hit a decent amount early on. Timebreaker would definitely help with that. But it's kind of... I think it's middling enough of a composition to be sort of bouncing backwards and forwards between wins and losses, because I think there are some balls that just don't have very much damage that will get annihilated, and other ones that will not. Oh boy. 9 gold, lose 2 health, or potentially like... GG, thank you for dropping by. You know what, let's go nuts. And... I'm not sure it hugely matters. Another Vega. The game continues to just about keep me interested. Oh, sorry, I just need to help someone out with something. Done it. Boxbox, let me see if I can permit you. I'll give you temporarily mod, since I don't seem to have permit on an easily accessible command. What was the website you were trying to post? Because I will definitely take whatever I can get in terms of the... yeah, okay. It looks like the permit is not... Oh, TFT Flow. Yes. Yes, I really like TFT Flow. It doesn't quite work the way which I'd hoped it would, which is like be a literal flow for that, but there's a lot of very good information on there for sure. I think it's quite I think I am more of a visual learner, so having it laid out visually is really nice for me. Okay, so nobody has one-strucked the whole way through, so that's good. No more Vegars. I suppose it's probably the most likely outcome here is I'll get just enough Vegars to make me think that I can get away with this, and then it will turn out to not have been the right idea. My kingdom for a TFT scoreboard. I know that everyone sort of got it beaten, got beaten down about it from a very early part of TFT's life, but gosh, there are other very similar games that have scoreboard systems which are so good. Okay. I'll do... Oh, okay, so there we go. That's a reasonable sign that we're in the right direction. Yeah, Pug, I will go and take another look at it once we're done here. I've got a class in a couple of hours, or no, about 2.5, 3 hours. So I will go and check it out between then. Yeah, it's got a lot of... TFT Flow's definitely got a lot of good stuff on it, though I've found that it does tend to can sort of bury some of its best stuff. Ooh. I'm close to finishing off my rerolls, so I think maybe not. I have a feeling that might have been a mistake though. Okay. Yeah. I do think the partial ascension is going to be such a big hit for Vhagar's ability to wipe the board that I couldn't quite bring myself to turn it down. And yeah, once the more meeples come onto the board, it's going to be pretty nuts. Okay. Yes, I remember TFT Flow from before that I found that really useful for oh brilliant, for punting in various different sort of quite specific conditions and then using it to tell if that was a good combo or not. Rolling down to 33. You're right actually, I probably should do that. I left it a little bit late there, but you're right, I did forget that was the thing that would need to happen. Let me actually add that to my training material. One cross reroll. I like that. Weeks confirmed. Hold down to 30 on 3-1. Yes, I haven't done a ton of one cross reroll, but you're right. I think that's a really good idea. I'm not going to do that. Can't make me. Also, the Kale stuff is too good. I want to take LeBlanc out of the pool. Right. So Evelyn is the extra team durability, which would be nice. Kale is the upgrade random item, which would be better. Gonna slam this now. Yeah. Okay, let's get Fizz in. I think as soon as so next step of the plan is as soon as I hit the... Well, thank you, Pug. Okay, there we go. Hit the 3-star Vega. Time to ditch this stuff. Go to 5. Right, bin this, bin this. Cool. And then, yeah, I'm going to try and rush up and find a rogue Ramas as quickly as possible and start printing units. I suppose that, like, there's a world in which it's more right to not reroll and actually... Also, in this case, I can get Poppy 3 pretty reliably. Well, 100% reliably. Because of the Meeple 7 thing. So maybe it's not even right to reroll for anything. And just take what you can get and push levels because Meeple 7 is so strong. I'm not certain. I probably want a Bastion in place. I guess the second Poppy is worth something. I'm going to want some sort of replicator in the comp long term. I don't think it's necessarily... Let's see. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I guess for now, that'll have to do. I'll keep on moving up. Yeah, so Poppy I will pick up later on. For now, I'm just trying to play the strongest border cam. Yeah, Pug, the unit printing from Meeples, I think... Like, in this case, I don't think it would ever be worthwhile printing a Poppy 3 if I didn't have Vega 3. Because it would take too long to get. Ugh. But in this instance, the difference between a 2 and a 3-star Poppy would be significant. Okay, what we got? I'll try for that. Okay, Sebastian and Brawler. Yeah, I generally don't know if this is good or not. It's really hard to tell. So I think because my frontline's a little bit weak, having the stuns in there seems to make sense. That it gives me a little bit more time to hit the partial ascension. I think, yeah, it also gives me a little bit more time with the Ionic alive. Yes, the lack of econ is rather hurting. I suppose that the meeple duplication will somewhat act like an economic input. Hmm. Okay, I mean, that went alright. Yeah, that is the part that's hurting. Give me that Rammus. Give me that Rammus. I could probably afford to take a random item. It could be tank or... Yeah, that seems fine. No. Okay. Yeah, I think it's relatively likely I find something for Porky or something for Porpy. I mean, that's fine. Okay, let's... Beautiful. Exactly as planned. Econ augment achieved. I completely forgot about the god effects, you're right. That pug. That was... It's something I still need to try and fit into my head, and I suspect it's one of those sort of major points which I'm not taking account of in the game. Oof. Yeah, that would have been huge. What have I ended up with instead? Evelyn is the... Oh, that's the durability. Yeah, durability and more HP loss. Yeah. That's 100% would have been more correct. Oh well. I'm sort of... I want to say I'm not impressed with the Vega, but he has been doing some work. I think he's one of those moncasts where, like a lot of them, where they're intended to really only to be played on a reroll if you worth the wait them. And that's kind of it. But yes. Potato, potato. We'll just have to make do. I quite like another item that's not the same. Ah, there we go. Perfect. Yes, Pug, you're right. That is a better way of thinking about it. Plan your game around your boom. I suppose that's one of the things that DG was saying that he didn't like about the set, but I mean, it's a facet of the set that you know what that boon is going to be from the very beginning of the game, and so you can just be like, okay, I know roughly what kind of plan it is. Yeah, the partial. I think the dummies is letting me get away with a partial ascension much more than I should be. Porky 2 is a huge increase in power though. So Fate Weaver. I could put Milio in for the Fate Weaver because that's just for the damage increase on the Corki. Oh boy, yeah, that board definitely outstrips me power-wise. What was that gold from? Not sure. Okay, So Rammus will become a lot more relevant. Let's move him around. Yeah, if I can get up to the next level, put in the time breaker. It's not fantastic. I feel like Meeple 7 maybe is mostly going to be useful here for colonial purposes. In fact, no, it's entirely... Maybe that's why it's built that way, actually. This is me sort of learning the set over again, but in a more practical way. Which is that it's... Because it doesn't actually give you... It does give you more of the academy stuff. But it seems like you probably can afford to go down to 5. Assuming you don't have a Meeple emblem. And that would be putting the Voyager stuff in. Yeah, so it's like... I mean, it's just more damage. But the trade-off here is I am running like 3 units that don't really do anything. Okay. Well, that's probably going to help. I also kind of feel like 3-star Vega is probably not correct as a thing at this point. Okay. Yeah, I've got to switch out this guy now. There's no way he's not stronger. Okay, so Voyager. Yes, as much as I never really knew how to play the sport in the first place, I definitely don't know how to play the next sport that it's supposed to transition into, because as much as it feels like that's supposed to be a thing in this setup. I mean, I'm very motivated to not change, because that requires me to not do anything. It's been good enough to top 4, but I mean, I'm kind of out of cash. But would Voyager be strictly better? You know what? I'm probably going to get clobbered anyway. Let's find out. Fort Bastion with Shannon on? Yeah. I could definitely see that being a thing. If I've got the upgraded Voyagers, I think this is okay. But I'm not completely convinced. I mean, it did work. It did work that round. Could put an Aurora in as well, if I want to be particularly spicy. I mean, this feels like the best I can do right now. I don't know if it's, like, good generally. Yeah, I think from the position I'm in at the moment, if I can upgrade the Mighty Mech, well, that's a good drop, jeez. Then I'm in an okay situation. think maybe with this guy, I'll try and get some. I will pick up bastions if I can see them, because 4 bastion probably is going to be worth having. Okay. Let's see what the Thieves Club is. Nice. Okay. I'm battling for 3rd. Huh. I have a feeling I'm not going to get 3rd. I might get 3rd. I did get 3rd. Wow. Look at me. I'm amazing at video games. Thank you, Pi. I think I did a good job as well. Alright. I think you can sort of, it feels like you can somewhat make everything sort of roughly equivalent in terms of what is it doing. Like if you break it down far enough and just be like, okay, you know, Voyager is, as the replicator is for Vega, which is that it's just giving me more damage. Jeez, this is going well. Top 2? Could this be my first place on stream? Well, to be fair, yesterday went very well with first places. But considering this has been a bit of a janky game, I'll take it. Okay. Combo partial ascension combined with the dummies. Yeah, the ascension and dummies combo does seem like it's a very neat idea. And I'm very impressed by how far Vega has brought us through this game, considering that it was only a kind of a decent... What? 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 Okay. Interesting. This is both. All right. Oh, there's another Voyager, actually. I did miss the Aurora there. Is it going to work again, is the question. No, it's not. At least guy got killed with a fun kill animation. I think, honestly, that was a pretty good outcome for that bomb. Whew. $48 LP from a loss, from almost 2nd place, means that the game does still believe in us. Alright, I'm gonna keep on grinding. And hope that things continue to go well. Again, I was hoping to get to Platinum today, though it's been really iffy. Oh, yeah. Honestly, thank you. Thank you, Pug. I think that was... It was an interesting one. I generally don't know if it was right or not. Like, it didn't feel amazing, but... So, yes, I've got my voiceover class in a couple of hours. Oh, sorry, let's go into the game. Wheel. Wealth and Asol, who will offer me the Toma traits and Kami. So what we learned from last time we went into the situation was that if we don't push tempo, we end up with so much money that we can build boards with like multiple 2-star 5 costs conceivably. So that's something which I adjusted from what I thought previously, which was more... I was thinking more that playing tempo was good because you could use RE to recover, which I think is maybe true to an extent. Interesting, interesting. We've got a couple of Leonas and a couple of... I wanted to say Anima, but Primordium. Chargas could kind of go into here as well. There we go, good units in our shops. Let's see if we can high roll some stuff. We do. Okay, game officially high rolled. Let's see. Yes, Aurelian Souls. Actually, I haven't checked what the blessing is for it. Yeah, but you're right. Let's stop getting locked in from the beginning of the game, which is that we'll probably be going for RE overall. Right, not that. I don't think probably that. A late game scaling? I mean, yeah. Let's do it. This way we fully commit ourselves into this being a very temporary situation. Which we're going to just use for ecom. Okay, so... yeah, this seems reasonable. My thinking with leveling was to just play a little bit stronger. And my brain overloaded a little bit and I didn't end up actually doing a lot of what I was intending to do. So I think I probably do need to go for Lost Whisper. And commit myself in towards some sort of Graves comp or similar. Yeah. Bit aggro. Okay, so we've got the 2 stars for these guys. I think this is a relatively stable board to be building off of. Do I want to be... yeah. Let's swap in this guy. Yeah, Pug, I think that's a very reasonable stance to take. Because you're right, late game scaling doesn't give us anything immediately. In my case, I was being very greedy to think that I can get away with taking a scaling augment and also win streaking just because I was finding a lot of the early units. I am getting away with it. That definitely is not the same thing as it being good play. And especially when... no, fuck, it's bad, but it's going well. If I do something bad, I want to not reinforce that bad behavior by it going well. No, I've done this before. I don't know how to build this board. I'm not gonna do it. Okay, another stream mass. Yeah, okay, I'm glad I didn't take it. I thought about maybe if you knew how to do the trait tracker quest, but it just doesn't seem like worthwhile. But this seems like a much more reliable source of anything, really. Alright, Challenge and Marauder. What can I get him? None of these really do anything. Oh, no, that does something. Nothing particularly useful. Challenger MF? Oh, I completely forgot about the Challenger part. Yeah, you're right. I do like how the game, at least this game, seems to be like full on just make the strongest board you can and then just question mark, question mark. Primordial Emblem, huh? Pog, I don't think you were here for when we got Primordial Emblem and then someone else immediately forged a Primordial Emblem just to mess with us. It was the worst. Okay. Ooh. Do I maraud with Master Yi, though? That's pretty tempting. That's to be 5 cost, right? Yeah. Okay, I mean, we got away with win streaking the whole way through. I do think it's right to try and fit Challenger in here of some kind. I mean, so my internal map of this game is going to be that the we're basically running like a Primordium comp, but we're just gonna pivot out of it. And then, what does our late game comp look like though? Just pile of stuff. We need to figure out some sort of front line. Yes, I'm hoping I can get away with fast nining. I mean, I have to. I'm thinking this feels like a Nova Marauder game. Yeah, that seems like that's what this is. Like, at least in terms of the most direct route we've got through the game. Yeah, because we've got some melee-ish items. We've got a Master Yi who's part of that comp as well. Yeah, I think that's our current course, us sailing us through. Like, I think Mr. Yi over Misfortune. I mean, Misfortune's doing a decent amount of work, but gosh, wow, this. I do tend to think that I have an easier time of things with win streaking than loss streaking. Just because a lot of time the answer is just level more. Yeah, the stuff we have right now certainly seems to send us in the right direction. Right. No. Warlords could be kind of good. It's direct damage, which isn't awful. Yeah, let's give it a try. Okay. Do I push levels? Yeah, no, Pug, I've had some big successes with Graves so far. I've definitely found him to be pretty reliable. I've even used him as a tank in the other game and found him to be quite good as well. Pug, I didn't want to overcommit into having 2 XP augments, just kind of not used to doing that. Because I've always kind of like figured that it was better to mix up your augment types. Like, let's literally my rule of thumb. I'm assuming from you asking that you reckon it would have been worth to have gone for the wait a different way then. And yeah, doubling down on the XP gain does make sense. So we'll get to, especially considering we have actually already basically slammed our items anyway. Oh, you forgot that late game scaling gave XP. Fair enough. Well, I mean, like, it's tricky. So, like, the trade-off is I would get to level 9 a lot faster. What I'm worried about, and the reason why I took the slamming is because I'm a little worried about being too weak and getting run over really hard. I do have a lot of HP in the tank as it is, so that might not be a fully rational thing to worry about. As whoop and whoop, there we go, brilliant. Okay, nice. Getting the Nova Marauder in is very good. And having been able to farm Primordium this whole time is brilliant. Next time I start up a champion, gain 10 gold. I'm trying to remember the... I have again forgotten what the... Aurelian Soul stuff is... I think I will... Let's give it a try. Let me look up what the Aurelian Soul does. That's 17 gods. He does. Oh, he gives you the quests. So it's like a little mini golden egg kind of situation you get. Which I think is totally fine for me, given how much HP I've got. Yeah, because you get like a short, middle, and long-term quest. So, yeah. Yeah, I think Aurelian Soul would make sense here. Like, it's like a version of the RE reward, but it's just higher cap. I think there's one which you can take which gives you +1 to all traits, which is pretty spicy. I think you have to, like, wait 8 rounds for it or something. But it's, I mean, it's functionally like a golden egg. But right now, it looks like we's the golden goose. Okay, so we're back to winning. And the Warlords I think make sense, because certainly from Nova we don't really get raw stats that often, we just get stuff to multiply. Alright. Level. Not any great rush. Say Rek'Sai's done an incredible job of frontlining for a 2-star bruiser who's... Sorry, 2-star brawler. She's done such good work. Very impressed. Though, I mean, I think that some of our opponents are not playing very strong boards. Yeah. Yes, I think it was fairly equal between the two of them. So for Ari, it's... The display little body bot is really nice, actually. 2% attack damage and ability power per level. So it would be, what, like 18 ability power? Like, not irrelevant, certainly. Or, a little tempted to take Morgana, but I don't think she really fits into this comp. I'm really looking for the Marauder ASAP. Which will be most likely Urgot. I'll put in another Nova until it happens, but... Tam Kench is going to be our ultimate tank. Okay, I mean that seems pretty good. Boop, boop. And there's our Marauder. Nice. Not sure if I've actually started up a champion yet. I've been... So the only thing which I'm missing here is that the Marauders don't really have items. But economically, things are going incredibly. Yeah, there's let's see, so you've got Aurelian Soul quests are 15 attack damage and ability power, so broadly the same thing as RE. 3 player combats gain completed item and 22 gold. 8 player combats gain +1 to everything. Okay, not bronze for life. This Pandora's items would maybe fix the itemization, which I've got being a bit iffy at the moment. I don't think Marauders could work with side effects. I don't think that's really intended for them. Taking Pandora's at this point feels really bad, but I do have pretty trash items. I think I'm gonna do it. Okay, let's start finagling our items then. Okay, we've got a Tam Kench. Everything's looking good. Ari also gives you 2 XP per round. Oh, you're right. I completely forgot about that thing. Though, to be fair, we are already getting 2 XP per round, so there is that to consider. I mean, one could definitely make the argument that 4 XP is better than 2. And I think one would be reasonable in doing so. Okay. Gosh. I'm still quite confused as how I'm quite getting away with all this. Oh, you mean that if you take a solo should be the quest that gives rewards? Yeah, well, I think the... I'm trying to think if what we're going to end up with is worthwhile having the +1 to everything. I think so. Just because there are some quite junky marauders you've otherwise sort of forced into playing. I'm not 1000% certain though. I kind of want to try it just because this is the game where it's possible. And that is possibly enough reason for me. I mean, yeah, that's a good item. That's a good quest. That's not a particularly good item or a good quest. Alright, Pug, let's shoot the moon. Wow. Oh, nice. I got. Okay. Okay, that's good. Looking for... I'll keep the sword around. Okay, so now we're officially lost. Let's complete our quest. Wow. That puts us to 4 brawler. I didn't even realize that was the case. It would sort of happen by accident, but I'll take it. 4 brawler, 4 marauder, and still fitting Primordial into the board somehow. Wonderful. Oh my gosh, they've got a Vega on the other side of the board. I recognise those rather ineffectual meteorites. I'm going to beat him anyway. Oh, thank you. Yes, I completely forgot about anti-heal. Alright, brilliant. I think we might have finally arrived at the point where we need to start ditching stuff. So... do I go for Marauder 6, though? I don't think so. But... I have to think that Tam Kench is better. am I going to pick up anti-heal from? Dang. That's nuts. I do need to drop the Primordian though. Like, really, like, let's see. So Belveth will stay in, but that's it. I think playing Briar at this point feels illegal. Okay, let's try and hit something that's got 3 items. Because we can always just reroll them. There we go. And the second... Oof. Alright, let's do it. Hooah. Okay, I believe these are pretty good items. Okay, let's start ditching some of this stuff. So we want to go down to... It's difficult, actually. It's quite hard to find space for everything. We go to 10 right now? I'm a little tempted, but that's because I'm rather impulsive when given the opportunity to do so. Yes, I will try and find the Sunfire or Red buff. Okay, so this will bring us... Right, so when we complete the quest, if we complete the quest, we can more easily go to Marauder 6 and Brawler 4 while dropping the Rek'Sai. This is definitely the kind of decision point that requires a lot of thinking ahead of time. Gross. Oh, boy. Okay, yeah, a little bit rolling. Let's get an upgrade on something. Ooh, hello. What have you thrown up? Lovely. Sick. Alright, for the time being, you are our Master Yi. What do we get from the rando list? Player damage. Okay. Cool. Things is looking pretty good. Hopefully I can find another item set for Mr. Yi as well. Gosh, this game has gone spectacular. I should play 4 Nova without Caitlyn, 4 Marauders. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Shanna Tam Kench. That makes sense. Yeah, because if I've got the... I'll have Bastion and... Yeah, all sorts of good stuff, really. There's a lot of people who will get their traits... Like, I can then play as a one-off who then get their traits activated. Okay. Yeah, well, let's go crazy. Okay, bin. Yes, also, we've got to bear in mind that it will go to... If we can find a place for another Nova, then... Actually, yes, we do need to play this guy, Aatrox. Well, we have got the Last Whisper, so it's not essential, but it will let us get to 5 Nova with the cash out trait. Wait, is Fiora a... Is she the max HP murderer? No. Okay, so Let's see if we can find that anti-heal. We cannot. But we can at least build towards a free... Actually, no. Yeah, the Thieves' Claws make sense. That's pretty big. That's pretty big. Okay, so I probably don't want this guy. I think a lot of the board's going to potentially stay the same here. How close are we to finishing? Doesn't tell you. That sucks. There's presumably going to be a way to cap out this board higher, if only for taking some of the bruisers and marauders out. Like, I think 4 marauder is probably enough. It feels a little excessive to be playing 6. Okay, yeah, so this guy I think is almost certainly really, really important. Yes, Urgot and Rek'Sai definitely are the ones who are the most expendable on this board. Oh, Tamkenchi's the one. Yeah, Morgana is certainly way better than 4 Brawler would ever be. Because, yeah, 4 Brawler is just a little bit more HP. I think that's something that took me a while to get my head around, the idea that it's only really worthwhile playing 4 of something when all 4 of those units are generally good. Based on, like, previous defensive traits, at least. Because the amount of benefit you get from playing, say, 4 Brawler over 2 Brawler is really primarily if the other 2 Brawlers are good. If they're not, then why even bother? So let's get some of that done now. Okay, yes, so that puts us to 4 Nova. It's a little awkward that we'll end up on 5 Marauder, though. I guess there are worse things that can happen in this life. Interesting. Right. Let's buy a little bit more tankiness on the team. Nice. Shenanigans. Oh. Well, weirdly enough, the Caitlyn Nova effect is really good. It's just 10% more damage to everyone on the opposing team that applies to your whole team. Like, it's not even a specific thing to, like, to her attacks, which I assume is there to just for the fun of it, really. Maybe this is the time to 3-star 5 cost. I will try. I'm not gonna, like, sell my board to do it, because I think that's the only way I lose the game. However, I will do my darndest to search for the lady in question. Oh, interesting. Wait, have they got something weird? No? What have they got that's just making this a 16% win chance, though? Did I miss a 3-star? Elder Dragon, sure. Nothing's crazy here. I mean, they've got some 2s. How many freaking rounds is it to the Iranian Soul? It's gotta be soon, right? What's killing me? Just Vex? That seems weird. And very disappointing. I mean, Eldragon's got 6,000 HP, sure. That doesn't seem like that should be enough to, like, insta-give me, right? I don't know. Okay, there we go. There's our Kicky in there. Maybe we do need the anti-heal. Still can't find it though. I can take out Belveth now though. Gosh, I get absolutely nailed. Damn, the Elder Dragon is doing work. It's basically like the extra carry, but it's supposed to be Vex. Maybe I just need to change my board setup here. Okay. What can I do? It feels like one of the things that's causing a bit of a problem is that the Fiora is getting blown up too quickly. Yeah. Yeah, I might have just been outscaled even with all of these extra bits and pieces. Okay, well, I guess it's time to sell the whole board and try for Fiora 3 then. Not even a little bit close. Oh, they've also bought 2 Fioras. Okay, never mind. I literally can't do it. Gosh, Vex is a monster. I mean, I do think the Elder Dragon being capturable is really weird decision in the set, especially considering that it seems to be stronger than it's supposed to be. I've seen stuff in places where it's been like, oh yeah, no, this is exactly what's intended. And other places where it's like, nope, this is obviously broken. But I think it's actually from Riot's side. Like, I remember seeing that it's actually officially like what it's supposed to be. Yeah, that's 2 top 2s in a row. That's kind of crazy, actually. Okay, I'm going to BRB a second. I'm just going to quickly run to the loo. I'll be a couple minutes. Then I think I can fit in 1 or 2 more games before finishing. I don't think we're hitting platinum today, but I have stacked up a good amount of on-stream games, which will hopefully mean I'll be able to get in some more off-stream where I can focus a little bit more. But honestly, Pug, thank you so much for your help. I think that it's helped offset my usual lack of concentration and focus from playing on stream. So appreciate that. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, I come back early. Let's queue again. Yeah, gosh. That was a pretty intense game. I think there was a lot to like about that game though. Oh, I think it was another good finish. I don't know actually. I think the MMR definitely wants me to climb. If I don't botch like this next game, I think it might be able to get into platinum in 2 games. I think it will need to be some more top 2s. There is a world in which that could have been a top 1. I actually haven't played with Fiora a ton. What is the BIS for Fiora? Like more survivability stuff, or okay, Edge of Night and sort of lifesteal survivability kind of thing. Okay, yeah, Edge of Night is a consistent thing, and then Giant Slayer seems to be the damage item. Okay, it doesn't seem like the... Yeah, heal and Edge of Night. I guess you get quite a lot of heal from Marauder. Okay, so we've got Soraka and Varus. So we're probably trying for some sort of reroll. I'm not going to go for something goofy like a Lysandra reroll. I swear. It didn't feel like Marauder 6 was really it either. Conduit reroll? We shall see. I've got some decent ones for Stargazer. Alright, we'll keep the From audience anytime they show up, because honestly, I mean, what's not to like? Those guys definitely... We high rolled the heck out of the previous game's opener with finding Primordian at 2-1. I think before 2-1 even. I suppose other places we could have tried to outscale the Vexball would have been Graves, which we didn't really try to do. Okay, Nova stuff. So Stargazer definitely rewards you quite heavily for... I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the right way to go with that. I mean, you could do a standard TF reroll. Oh, do we go for something goofy? It's not listed as being good. Ideally played on a 3-star buff Stargazer, which is not this. Ugh. That's not especially useful. He's built... it's sort of got an okay items for him. I wish I had some sort of slammable item for him. I think I'm going to go for this instead. Okay, we've got Timebreaker. I think if I'd had one item I could have slammed on him, I would have been okay with it, but... Okay, let's make Econ. And we'll see what we can do. Okay, let's get Stargazer active. I think enough of this stuff that sort of makes me want to lean towards it. I mean, we've got the economy package from before also over here. I think if we find a... Considering that we are lost streaking, I did make a little list actually of what... So Infinity Edge could go to Mecha Urgot, it could go to Ezreal Cho reroll. We can see we've already got bruises being pushed into. It could be for MF plus Victor. As far as I can tell, like, can you not actually tell what your Psionic item is unless you actually have a Psionic unit? Because that's crazy if that is the case, but I think that it is the case. You can't in the team planner. They said, I'll try it right now. It doesn't show you the items. See? Oh no, it does. Drone uplink. It doesn't show you the... Sorry, it doesn't show you the pictures, but it does show you the items. Okay, in that case, let's look and see if anyone else is heavily into this, because we have actually got the ability to play Conduit MF in this game. Though, saying that, what's the best rated version of this board at the moment? It's the, yeah. It's the Drone Victor with Bronze for Life. Okay. Well, in that case, we could farm some rerolls. 8 Tactician's Health. I don't think people are going to be choosing this, but I don't think either of them are particularly great. Definitely the Rod more. I think I'll go with that. A little bit more money. Oh boy, it's trying to lure us back in. Oh boy, and We got so much good stuff. Okay, we're gonna have to ditch one side of this. Keep looking and seeing. So Primordian, Unclear, Psionic, Nova, which isn't a great sign. And they have got drone uplink as well. Do we just go for a Stargazer and push into... I mean, we've got good items for... sort of got good items. We do keep showing up Stargazer stuff. Oh, don't want to experiment in this game and try and make the Stargazer stuff work. We do keep finding more and more Stargazer. I think I'm going to try it in the next stage. The thing is, you do need to actually win the rounds to get the stuff. I'm pretty certain that the Victor like line is contested by, I think, 2 people. In fact, we could actually directly playing against all of them right now, which is very convenient for our purposes. I think we're finding so damn many of these Stargazer stuff that I think it's silly to not respond in any way to that. Let's give it a go. What's the worst that can happen, right? Yeah. I think there's enough. So a good rule of thumb which I came up while thinking about this with myself was, I think if you can find 2 different reasons to play a comp, like I've got the units, I've got the items, I've, you know, that kind of stuff, then I think it starts to become a lot more believable. Bows out that wazoo. We did get bows out of the wazoo. Okay. Okay. Okay, I mean, we've got enough to get started with. That's a little heal, isn't it? We've definitely got good Zaya items. So I think stage 3, it looks like we can shove in the Talon as well, which gives us a extra bonus going on Whim. And I think, reasonably speaking, we could actually Whim. Ooh, do I want to go for that again? Item-wise, I do not have a lot on the front line. I'm a little tempted to go for a big grab bag. Yeah, let's go for it. More items. Okay, I mean, that's fine. I'm very close to hitting TF3, but I'm not even sure if I especially wants to. I will eventually make a Infinity Edge, so I might as well try to do it now. Do I care about hitting the 3 stars of any of this stuff? I don't think so. Oh, well, I mean, this works out really well. We've got people open porting into us. So, we'll be able to farm up a good amount of gold. I don't really want... Yeah, I don't even think this board would keep the Twist of Fate long term, so I don't think it makes any sense to try and 3-star him. In that case, I'm just going to move up. I think a lot of this stuff is worth playing in the short term, for sure. Okay, cool. So already got this guy. Yeah, bin. We can get the Nova in place. Okay, cool. Yep. Everything's looking pretty good. I would definitely like the Jacks too. No, definitely not the TF reroll. I do think it was fine to reroll at that point to make the board stronger though. And yes, I'm very glad we didn't go for the Victor, because you can already see that there's Victors everywhere. So my read on how this Stargazer works is you get a lot of gold from taking it is that I do need frontline, and that would be a good one, but I don't actually, I've got to remember, I don't want to actually play a reroll comp. I don't really want to play Soraka either. Ugh. But I think I probably need frontline items more than I need to complete the Kraken Slayer, so... And I would be locked into Varus. Whoops. I hope that it recognised where my mouse was over. Nope, it did not. Okay, well, never mind. Yes, I'm going to be having a very subpar experience in that respect. Okay. Don't need this guy. Actually, I could have probably leveled. Alright, well, my current board is softening the losses enough. Alright, we must go to 7 for the small chance of finding a 4 cost. Hey, I did find a 4 cost. Just not the one I was looking for. Okay, bin. I mean, we've gotten some money out of Stargazer. I think the best case scenario for this one is to get up to level 8 quite quickly, find the 4 costs, then steal a few rounds with the 6 gold cash out, while people are still a little bit behind the curve, and then go back down to 3 Stargazer again. I need to make sure I've got Mordekaiser and Nah. They are the potentially forgettable friends. Oh, there's a no. So given the way this Stargazer works, I think I probably can go for a 4-1 roll down. Just because if I can start getting wins, then I'm suddenly propelled upwards rapidly. The Nova stuff is what comes out of here. Longer term. Okay. A little bit more beef. Yeah, we'll be playing Ramos long term as well. I'm going to hold off one more round and do it on 4-2. I think I'm supposed to be running Rust in this, but from what I've seen from other people's boards, I think everyone else is already playing it already. Let's get the set up here. That was not ideal. Not exactly what I was hoping for, but an okay one. I certainly wasn't expecting 2-star Ramos. So this will be a 2 gold. Which is not too bad. Okay, let's try one more time. Nope, it is not for the likes of us. Okay, we'll just have to wait to hopefully find Kindred instead of Caitlyn. Yeah. Yes, you're right. I have kind of locked myself off to a lot of routes here when, for some reason, Zaya's just not showing up. I don't think it's because everyone else is taking her. But I have burned my econ. Right. That's a little tempting, but I think it's too much of a gamble. I'm gonna get the guaranteed power. I mean, could just play Vex. That is oftentimes just the answer to everything. I suppose, yes. I think the general principle there was that it would make sense to just play whatever we did hit in place of nothing. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think it's probably going to be a case of... Okay, there we go. This is definitely a do or die territory. Whew. I think it's... Yeah, it does make sense to, before re-rolling, figure out what the... like, the strategy is. Okay, looks like I'm going to win this one, which is great. That, if I can happen a couple of times, then I'm in with a shot. This will be very disappointing if it doesn't happen, though. Ah, yes, okay, I think the... Right. So back in the saddle, the... Right, Stargazer stuff is done. So I am out of money. I could use money, but I could also use... I think I need more tankiness for this guy. Alright, I'll take it. Okay. The question is, so ideally, I need to be able to get up to level 9. I mean, I guess either that happens with the units I have right now, or I'm dead. I mean, I could put another sniper in. It's not a lot less. I'm trying to figure out if it would be more damage. You know what? Let's give it a go. Maybe I need to move my... Oh, geez, okay. Might be time to die. Or not? Ugh. Okay, so if I can move my talent itemization to Nah, I think that's got to be better. I mean, that's enormous. Okay, does the Stargazer do anything for... Yes, I do need to put the two of them together. At least they are attacking the same target this time. Oh boy, that did not go well. Zaya did a lot of work though. I'm starting to get the idea that each time I've tried to go Zaya, it has not gone especially well. And I wonder if that's anything to do with it being a little underpowered in general. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yes, the items may well have been better. No, they 100% would have been better on the new. I was thinking about that, but then I sort of discarded it as an idea. I think if I'd had the 2-star Zaya, I could have maybe worked, but 1-star, I've just found it remarkably difficult to find the Zaya 2, even though oh no, right, I didn't even notice that somebody else was playing the same comp, exactly the same comp. That explains a lot. The fact I didn't notice it is quite bad of me. So I absolutely should have pivoted to something else. Though what that something else would have been, it probably would have had to have been the challenges. I don't know when Finhammer decided to go into the line, but that's unfortunate. Alright, uno más. Alright, definitely not making it to Platinum today. But we are finding another data point, which is that Stargazer... If I look in that game, that I sort of needed to close the door on my choices at a certain point, but... in retrospect, it didn't... I'm trying to think. It's definitely very feast or famine, that particular one. That you have to, like, you get a small amount of bonus stats, but you're mostly benefiting if you're being very dominant, and probably dominant from the beginning. But in that case, I wasn't, and so I didn't really get a huge amount. But yeah, I think that particular setup there was going to struggle. And I think maybe I should have just gone the other way. I was finding so many Stargazer units, though. But alas. Would it have been more right to reroll TF? I mean, I did find a lot of TFs in that game. And in retrospect, maybe. Because at least with TF3 you can maybe actually win some rounds and get some gold and use that gold. Whereas I think what my ultimate strategy ended up being was push levels with the hope of winning some rounds. But I never really put together enough units to do that consistently. Yeah, maybe we can add that to the sort of mental file of facts. Show my age. Of stuff to consider. Yeah, I think I will keep that as a rule of thumb going forwards. Spend money to make money. Ugh. So we've got Echo, we've got Soraka. We're probably going to be spending a lot of time with Echo. Echo's ability will give us the anomaly. So functionally just like an item that's good on any unit. Oh, nice start for Darkstar. Interesting. Huntress. So a whole bunch of attack speed. And a heal on kill, which probably isn't massively important. Alright, I'll keep my doors open for Anima and for Primordium. think a lot of Leonas, but I don't really want to ditch the Lysandra 2 just for the possibility of something, especially considering we don't have any bows. Alright, what have we got to work with? A lot of Dark Stars. A lot of Dark Stars. Is the game telling us that we're supposed to be playing Dark Star? Is it telling us we're supposed to be playing Frontline Foundation? Oh. I mean, this does give us direction. You know what? Let's do it. It'll be fun. Okay. Vanguard is very good. So this, yeah, because it gives you, every time they gain a shield, you gain AP. Is it insane on LeBlanc? I guess it would make sense. Okay, well, we're playing Vanguard something, and probably it's going to be LeBlanc. Let's be honest with ourselves. Our items are not incredible. Guess we could just, for the time being, yeah. Adaptive helm and then... But yeah, there are a lot of ways to sort of cheese a lot of shields, from what I've heard. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, adaptive for Nunu seems fine. Certainly the Spirit Shojin is not a high priority item in any way. Cool. We can get up to 4 Vanguard very quickly. In fact, we've basically got 4 Vanguard already. I think with the Lysandra 2 and Nasus 2, yeah. Should be okay. And the Vanguard emblem, I guess, does sort of serve as a sort of combination. Well, this is going less well than I thought it was going to do. Still though, I'm okay with it. I'm not super upset about being lower early on. There we go. Lovely. Yeah, this setup seems to be pretty good. So, if we can get our butts kicked again and find a bow, I'm very happy. If we don't, I start to worry we might get into a game where we struggle to find the bows. Though, I mean, having the Vanguard emblem adds a sort of Hextech Gunblade and a sort of Archangels for LeBlanc feels like a decent shout. Okay, we're going to win this one. Probably. You could say. I mean, 4 Vanguard's quite a lot better, isn't it? Yeah, it's like double the shield. And what she's ending up with, yeah, plus 24 HP. So yeah, there's a couple of like, I mean, it's not bad for an emblem. Yeah, a little bit short. I mean, it's going to be Echo all the way. I do want to get the... Wait, I completely blanked on what the items were there. This is a good thing that this is my final game for today, because, yeah, I'm definitely out of mental gas. I've been going quite a long time though. About 4.5 hours. Which for me is a very long time. Quincy, Vanguard, Emblem, and George Gauntlet. Yeah, I mean, it might end up being something like that. Okay. Hopefully the other item wasn't something which I really didn't want, but at the same time, getting the artifact at all is worth quite a lot. I probably would not want to get anywhere near the HP. It will definitely be a much better day if we can find well, either an Arbiter early or a sort of Pandora's style item. Okay, I mean the ball seems pretty solid so far. Bish bosh. Yeah, it doesn't seem like we're going to be finding any lucky arbiters, so I guess we'll have to settle for a board that's reasonably okay, but nothing too exciting. I do think Vanguard is one of the better ones we could have hit from there, though. Yeah, some of this is going to depend on the... yeah, there's nothing wrong with keeping Meepsy. Okay, an interesting, if somewhat slightly uneventful stage 2, but not like massively so. Oh, I didn't even think about going for Voyager. Yeah, no, that's a really good shame. I've not missed... yes, I mean, that is the... a potential place to go, because we've got the stuff right now. And having some sort of alternate out for when / if / when we don't hit LeBlanc. Not a bone. Yeah, I've had worse. So we could go for... it's tricky because we don't know what the animus... I wish there was some way to like view... sorry, the Arbiter before you sort of start charging down the route. It's so annoying that it's not... you can't even scout what it could be. I was going to make the same complaint about the Sarnix, but now you've informed me that actually isn't the case, so I guess I can't be mad about it, which is awful. Do I want to go that nuts? I don't think so. Definitely not too tanky. I mean, care package seems alright. Spreading routes, I don't see that going well. Replication could save my game. You know what? I'm going to try it. It did not save my game. All right. It's well, in that case, I don't mind exactly getting my butt kicked at this point. Well, best start slamming lots of items, which use bows. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, so I can set up one dual gauntlet now and not feel too bad about it. Okay. Yeah. It's interesting with these kinds of games because really when stuff doesn't go the way we'd hope is really where the game becomes much more interesting than if you just get everything you hope for and then you just be like, yep, I guess I win. Okay. Oh, I've managed to get my butt kicked hard enough. Nice, so I can get away with taking the bow this time. I've got the emblem coming down the pipe as well. I don't know, maybe it's a little bit of a weird thing to say, but like, I think one should complain about being lucky, if only because it's taken the agency away from you as a player. Like, if you just get lucky and you win because you were lucky, it's like you didn't really get a chance to input very much in the game. Alright, well, I've got the non-negotiable, and I might as well just use this now. Cool, so I think honestly this is a pretty good team setup. The positioning's a little awkward here, but and yeah, I need to move Leona more over to the side so that she is spreading to the right target, but yeah, I mean, it's working. It is against someone who's very weak, but I am assuming that at some point they'll be intending to become strong. Alright. Oh yeah. Yeah. Alright. I think this has been a good game for the reason that we've been presented with a puzzle, and I think we've managed to successfully overcome, well, not overcome as of yet, but we positioned ourselves to overcome the obstacle by making actual decisions. Whereas I think it would be really easy to just not make decisions and just be like, oh, here's the comp. Yeah, like, the game is the choices. The game is not the winning or the losing. Ideally, these are choices that are worth making, because if they're not, then, like, why play the game at all? That's a theory, at least. A blammo. Nice. Not the same as fast 10 ASOL. No, that was entirely skill. Wait. Fun. Okay, I mean that's gonna work quite well with the vanguards in general. Just throwing another vanguard in the mix. And it's a decent defensive item, right? Yeah. What's to say? Wouldn't be upset by another bow. Thank you very much. Alright, nice. Very close to another vanguard. Right. Cool. Things are looking pretty good. And hopefully another earth-shattering kaboom. Bish bosh. Nice. I do appreciate a person who advertises their Twitch in their username. Do I want to call for chaos right now? I think not. Hold the line seems pretty solid. Alright. That's a hit. Okay, no LeBlanc, but still. 6 Vanguard is not too shabby. And we got Shepherd in as well. Yeah. I call that a decent going. Nothing amazing, but solid. Okay, and we can build up off of the tail end of this one relatively well. Alternatively, we could just decide that we're a Vex board now. You know what? Let's give that a go. And as has been the case in a lot of these games I've played, Vex might just always be the better option. I mean, we've got a good Arbiter, but a Vex one, you can see, just rips through everything. It's gonna be very hard to kill with the double Vanguard shield. Yes, I think that is a vastly superior hit to LeBlanc. And it's also importantly kept our win streak going, which is very nice. More artifacts? Yes, please. Yes, so at this point we're probably not that bothered you're right. This is one of the things where I need to, like, kind of turn myself away, look back at the bottom, and be like, okay, what can I improve? And you're right. Yeah, Zoe is doing nothing, Russ, really, at this point. I'll keep around it in a 1-star form just in case. Gosh, we do need something a little bit better to bring in, though. Okay. So Nash's Tooth, yep. Gosh, that's a good board, and that's Meeples. What are they doing that I was not doing? Maybe, yeah, having the Bard. I think maybe playing more into Fizz. That is something which I did kind of not think about really. Oh, you're right, actually. Yeah. At this point, Nunu is a better candidate. I think. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Okay, then in that case, it's just gonna be hanging out and. Oh, they had graves too, I didn't even notice. That might explain things. Oh gosh, and it's also a space groove with the emblem. Alright, we've got some nasty boars to face up against. Hopefully some of them will kill each other, if we're lucky. Gosh, Vex is such a monster. Got relatively close. Vex should have dual gauntlet. Alright, I'm not sure the Vanguard is a ton of AP. Actually, wait, no, let's do it this way around. That way I think it makes more sense. Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. Nice. I think we've... Again, puzzles. We're solving puzzles. We're playing games. Maybe our solution is bad. Who knows? But I think that's the best we can do with what we've got. Because yeah, this makes use of the Vanguard emblem giving raw AP rather than... Because I think giving raw AP to Vex is generally sort of frowned upon. Because she scales so well. Okay, we're a little close to... So we could just about get across the line. I wouldn't hate having a LeBlanc, but I would also need to... Oh, I forgot to completely did forget to put the mod on. Yeah, I think I agree with you there. Yes, we're going to need to get up to level 9. We're going to need to be able to find a Vex 2. Oh, what an absolute unit. Alright, well that definitely helps. You reckon having the... Yeah, well, I'm persuaded to try out something a little bit different here. We'll see how this goes. Gotta love Vex just like randomly just killing everything. For one weird second I was gonna be like, wait, Aatrox Hero Augment? Is that you? Yeah, that was nuts. Okay. Almost. So now we've got a Nunu who's going to... Let's keep an eye on the damage graph for this guy. I think he's going to be storing, like... I want to say, conservatively, a billion damage. Ah. Okay. What a great way to end the stream. I'll pick that up next round. I should probably actually play this item. I'm shocked and appalled I actually found the Vex 2. So maybe we leave to another Vex mob. That would be the literal definition of irony. That actually did a lot less than I thought it would. Not dead. Surprisingly. Yeah, I'm not sure about the Void Gauntlet anymore, actually. I'm thinking maybe I should just put something that actually does something on there. Because it's really hard to tell how much damage it did. It just completely bounced off them. I think maybe, yeah, let's move this around a little bit. Well, I didn't quite think that one through. But hey. I think maybe that's a better lineup because I think the Void Gauntlet just literally wasn't doing anything. Admittedly, that's some pretty impressive anti-synergy on the Blitzcrank by having him... No, actually, no. It's not bad, is it? Because while he takes forever to blow up, he will at least stack it relatively high. Yeah, I don't know. Let's reroll this because we're not getting anything out of it at all, are we? Okay. If I can find another... Oh. I mean, that's pretty good. If I can find another Alawi, then I am quite tempted to steal her item for Blitzcrank. Okay. Oh, I probably want to have a bard on the bench to be brought in by the... by the Lantern, because he doesn't have new traits anyway. What does this do again? While the unit lives, 20% of all damage the holder would take is redirected to them. It feels like it's therefore intended to be used for tanks on tanks or backliners on backliners. But considering it's static for tanks, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll find out. I don't think this Nasus was making or breaking a ball one way or the other. Alright, beat the ghost version. Let's see what the real one's like. I do love that we've got the new for knocking out their entire team, though it's not... I mean, it's happening a couple of times. Oh boy, that Graves messed my stuff up. Oh well. I'm just have a quick look at their board because I think this is a quite good demonstration. So, okay. The big thing here is really the Graves to some... Oof. And Bard 2. Okay. Yeah, that Graves is crazy. It's a short range Graves, isn't it? Yeah, assault form. Which means that he... I guess he just wrapped. Alright, well, GG. That's, let's get out of here and check what our end of day rank is. Almost gold 1. But I think we learned some stuff here. We certainly learned that not getting mad about not finding LeBlanc is the right way to go when you can get much, much luckier. We learned a little bit about playing Meeple, at least from this last game. That's, yeah. Apparently, I was wondering if maybe it was Fizz that was the key there. It didn't seem like it was. It seemed like it was just Bard 2. Okay. Was it Corki 3? It's not listed as Corki 3. Or were they about to get Corki 3, do you mean? I don't know. What? We see if there's anybody who we can send a raid across to. Just for fun. Let's go from... Oh. Let's send it across to... I think there was some weird effects going on. They've never heard of this person. The OG Jinx Goat, who's playing some double up. Why not? I don't know, we'll just go say hi. Let's see if they're nice. I will be back in tomorrow doing a little bit more climbing. We sort of ended up where we started today, so not ideal, but hopefully we learned something along the way. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.